Follow Name Explain on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok, as well as joining my Facebook group, Friends of Name Explain, where you can chat with myself and many other name nerds. Check out the links down below. Monarchy was/is a pretty big deal around the world. Certain families deemed worthy of ruling the land for one reason or another, passing down power through their sons and daughters, as opposed to having elections to decide who is truly fit to rule a country. Of course, being this all-powerful logically means you receive a fancy title of some kind, right? There are different titles found in monarchies around the world, and in most cases, these titles are either the same or sound pretty similar, regardless if the ruling monarch is a male or female. Take the male term of emperor and its female form of empress. Likewise, we have the male sultan and the female sultana, even the male czar and the female czarina. A big shout out has to go to the ancient Egyptians, who used the title of pharaoh, regardless if their ruler was male or female. Yet in one language, the title of either the male or female monarch don't sound all that similar, like these previous examples. That being the English language titles of king and queen. This is seemingly very much exclusively an English language phenomenon. The titles of king and queen sound similar in other languages, even if that country doesn't have a king or queen or use different titles for their monarchy. Take Spanish an example. Spain does have a royal family and their titles of choice are king and queen, yet in Spanish king and queen are rey and reina respectively. These are way more similar sounding than king and queen. Likewise, the Dutch monarchy used king and queen, with the Dutch translations being koning and koningin. Or take a language like Russian, which while historically used the titles of Tsar and Tsarina for their monarchy, have translations of the words king and queen which sound similar, those being Korol and Koroliva. Yeah, aforementioned titles like Tsarina and Sultan aren't actually direct translations of the words king and queen in those languages. They are different titles of different etymological origins for what are fundamentally the same roles. If king and queen, however, followed the same pattern as many other monarchy titles around the world, the titles might be something like king and kingette, or queen and queeno, or we could even just use queen for the monarch regardless of their gender. Yet obviously this isn't the case. Charles isn't known as Queeno Charles III, and his predecessor wasn't Kingette Elizabeth II. So why don't queen and king sound all that similar when their equivalents around the world do? Well, this isn't something that's seemingly been discussed all that much, meaning I don't have a concise article or paper I can just regurgitate to you all. This annoyingly meant I actually had to do some work of my own on resolving this Queenie conundrum. This means that this video is more my own theorizing on the matter using facts and thoughts I could find, as opposed to a definitive answer I'm just repeating for you all. I hope that's okay with everyone. Feel free to stop watching now if you aren't thrilled about the idea. Trust me, I wasn't happy with having to actually do some work either. Also, for ease's sake and to stop this video becoming too unwieldy and having to look into the history of every monarchy across the globe, I will be focusing on just the English/British/UK monarchy at specific points in this video to help reach a more solid conclusion in all of this. Anyway, a good place to start is with looking into the actual etymologies of the words king and queen. King is a word of seemingly inconclusive origins, which makes sense as it's a word that is super old. The leading theory is that it may derive or relate to the Old English word of king, meaning family. This is also where we get the word of kin from too, which would explain why they sound so similar. The word could have come from king, as kings would have initially been just leaders of their family/tribes, before going on to rule entire regions and nations. Queen, however, comes from a very different root. The word seems to have its origins in the Old Saxon quan, which simply means wife. This was eventually corrupted into queen and used specifically just for the wife of the king, as opposed to anyone's wife. This is interesting. If this etymology for queen is correct, we can see that the job title of queen initially simply meant to take on the role of the king's wife. And yes, queen is a job title, as is king, much like any other job title like blacksmith or doctor or YouTuber, except king and queen are job titles you can only get if you're born in the right circumstances. Understanding that queen is a job title is the path I decided to go down when trying to figure out why exactly king and queen sound so different. And for all of this to make a tad more sense, we really ought to look into job titles as a whole in English and other languages. In modern English, job titles are pretty gender neutral. A farmer, in example, is called a farmer regardless of their sex or gender, though I do need to give a quick shout out however to the word farmerette, beret, which I found on the website of the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, which is an early 20th century term for a female farmer. It's clearly not used all that much anymore. There are, however, examples of gender-specific job titles in English, things like actress and actor, waitress and waiter, and even firewoman and fireman. I have a couple theories as to why these exist, which I'll explain towards the end of this video, but many of them have gender-neutral terms anyway these days, like firefighter instead of fireman or woman. Why does English have such gender-neutral job titles? Well, this can be explained by understanding the grammar of English, as well as the historic culture of England/Britain, where the English language originated from. Modern English does not have a grammatical gender like many other languages. Grammatical gender is when a word changes its spelling based on the gender of the person it is relating to. It's seen in languages like French and Spanish. More on grammatical gender in a bit. What this means is that in English, it isn't really a done thing naturally to add a specific suffix to the end of a word to denote if it's relating to a man or woman, which can partially explain to us why we don't have terms like kingette or queeno. Though, as mentioned, there is more than just grammar at play in all this, I feel. The culture around professions played a role in this too. In Britain's past, these job titles didn't really need to be gender specific, not because people were allowed to do whatever job they wanted in the past regardless of their gender. It was in fact quite the opposite. Most jobs were expected to only be worked by one gender, so there really wasn't a need for separate male and female job titles for these roles. In example, farmers would almost always be men, so there wasn't really a need to make a female term. And likewise, nurses would have almost always been women, so there wasn't really a need for a male-specific term for nurses either. What this could all possibly mean is that most job titles would already be deeply linked with a specific gender. It was just the norm that a farmer would be a man and a nurse would be a woman. It was only way later down the line that it became more acceptable for people of one gender to work a job linked with another gender. And by the time this happened, people just stuck with the titles already being used. Though even to this day, there can still be stigma seen around people working jobs not traditionally linked with their gender. This brings us back to the job titles this video is all about, king and queen. While now widely seen as gender-specific job titles for the exact same role, in the past these were two completely different job roles, so required different job titles, and each of those job roles were linked with different genders. The job title of king, whose role it was to run the country, was linked with men, and the job title of queen, whose role it was, as we see in its etymology, was to simply be the king's wife, was linked with just women. This could lead us to believe that queen as a job title was never really intended to mean someone who is actually in charge. It was concocted initially to simply be the job title for the person that is married to the person in charge. This initial meaning of the title queen makes it pretty similar to the modern title of first lady and first gentleman, the title given to the wife or husband of a president. This is a title specifically for the person married to the person in power, and doesn't sound similar to president. It's not like the first lady of the USA has ever been known as the presidentess or anything like that. King and queen may not sound similar because initially these were two completely different job roles, so required two completely different titles. Yet this isn't the case anymore. There have been many women who have taken on the job title of queen and had the role of being in charge, as opposed to just being the wife of the king. How did the title transition from just meaning the king's wife to meaning the ruling female monarch? This is where it's easy to focus on just the UK, otherwise we'd have to look into the history of every monarchy on the globe as mentioned, and we don't quite have time for that. Cool? Cool. Well, in the case of the UK/Britain/England, it kind of happened simply because the nation was left with no choice but to have a female ruling monarch. I'm sure we all know that how you become monarch is by having your parent be the monarch and then they die. Traditionally, however, the rule was that it always went to the eldest son. This meant that a king could have 6 kids, the first 5 being daughters and the youngest the son. When the king died, the son would be the one to become king, surpassing his 5 older sisters. This was only changed in the UK in 2023, when it was decided the firstborn child of the monarch would become monarch next, regardless of their gender. Prior to this, England really went out its way to make sure that a woman wouldn't be the heir to the throne, and that there would always be a son somewhere to be next in line. We all know about Henry VIII and his 6 wives. This meant that it took a seriously long time for there to be a ruling queen in the land. There are disputed ruling queens going back as far as the 12th century in England, but the first undisputed ruling queen of England was Mary I, who became queen in 1553. Prior to this, the title of queen in England was reserved solely for the wife of the king and not used by a woman who was the bloodline monarch of the land. This was the first time that England was in the position to have a female monarch, so it happened. As the title of queen was so linked with female royalty already, it was seemingly just used for ease's sake. They couldn't be called kings too because by this point, king was already deeply linked with male rulers, and they couldn't coin a term like kingette because the English language didn't really do the whole gendered grammar thing. Since Mary I, however, the UK has had a handful of other queens, from Mary's sister Elizabeth I to Victoria to Elizabeth II, who had the longest ever reign as a British monarch. So the conclusion I came to as to why king and queen don't sound similar is because English doesn't have gendered grammar, and in the past, king and queen were two different job roles, so required different titles. While that explains the question in this video's title, what about the other side of this coin? Why do gendered monarch names sound so similar in other languages, like Tsar and Tsarina? Well, this goes back to the whole gendered grammar thing, as mentioned earlier. Most other languages have gendered grammar, which means words are changed depending on who is being talked about. This is the case for job titles too. So in a language like Russian, instead of just creating a whole new word for the wife of the Tsar, it was just more natural for the language to use the title of Tsar and add a feminine suffix to it and make it Tsarina. Same for other gendered languages that have kings and queens too, like the Spanish titles of Rey and Reina. This goes way beyond the monarchy, however. In gendered languages, most job titles change depending on the person with the job, even to this day. For example, if you're a male doctor, in Spanish you are called a doctor, but if you're a female doctor in Spanish you are called a doctora. While that's a Spanish example, a different gendered language could explain why English does have some gendered job titles, like waitress and waiter. I did promise I'd come back to these. French had a huge influence on the language thanks to the Norman invasion of 1066, and these could be a byproduct of that. Conversely, they could have been created once it became more normal for people of one gender to do a job role that was traditionally linked with another gender. People might have thought that because women were now farmers and men were now nurses, they needed a new title too. I refer you back to that bizarre term of farmerette. But that's just my own theory on the matter. And I need to stress that most of this video has been my own hypothesis based on facts and ideas. Feel free to let me know if you think I'm wrong down in the comments and why you think that. Even tell me your ideas, I'd love to hear them. For my next video, however, I'm just going to be lazy and find something someone has already written about and just copy them. Weird, interesting correlation between languages and nations where the most popular religion is Christianity. And it all has to do with the denomination of Christianity that is most popular in that nation. The pattern seems to be that whatever denomination of Christianity is most popular in that country dictates what language family the most widely spoken language in that nation comes from. Or vice versa, I suppose. It's kind of hard to explain in a succinct way without just explaining these correlations, so let's just do that, shall we? What this means is that if a country primarily speaks a language from the Germanic language family, then the most popular denomination of Christianity in that nation will be Protestantism, while if the country primarily speaks a language from the Romance language family, then the most popular denomination will instead be Catholicism. And finally, if the country speaks a Slavic language, then the most popular denomination will instead be Orthodoxy. This primarily applies to Europe, but does reflect in other modern nations which were heavily influenced by European colonization, as we shall see later in this video. The reason this primarily applies to Europe is because Christianity is the largest religion in Europe, and because it's the continent where the religion really grew in prominence many years ago, despite the fact it truly originated in Asia, specifically in the Middle East. Three great examples of nations that obeyed this denomination/language divide are the United Kingdom, France, and Russia. All three of these nations have different denominations of Christianity as their most popular religion, and all three speak different languages which are from three different families. In the United Kingdom, the most popular denomination of Christianity is Protestantism, and the nation's most popular language of English is from the Germanic language family. France's most popular denomination of Christianity is Catholicism, and French is of course a Romance language. And lastly, in Russia, Orthodoxy is the most popular denomination of Christianity, with Russian not only being a Slavic language, but the most widely spoken Slavic language of them all. I'm sure by now you're starting to see this pattern and realize it for yourself when thinking about other nations. Places like Spain and Portugal are also primarily Catholic, whereas nations like Germany are mainly Protestant. Though of course this rule isn't set in stone. There are Germanic Catholics, Romance Protestants, and so on out there. I find it so fascinating that the language and Christian denomination dividing lines are pretty much one and the same in Europe. How did this even happen? Well, it's kind of a coincidence. It's not like the speakers of all the language families got together and decided to follow that denomination of Christianity. A conscious effort was never put in place to make things happen this way. This phenomenon more comes down to the geography of the land, which played a large role in dictating how languages and Christianity spread. And of course, history relating to Christianity in these nations played a role too. Many of these nations once followed a different denomination, before converting to another one for one reason or another. Obviously, to begin with, Christianity wasn't formed of many different denominations. It actually started life as a sect unto itself of Judaism, before expanding into its own religion. From here it spread all across Europe, finding itself being followed in many different languages. The first big division in the religion happened in 1054 AD. By this point, Christianity was already around 1,000 years old, so been around for quite a long time. This divide in the religion happened between those worshipping it in the eastern side of Europe and the western side. There wasn't one factor that led to this division in the religion, but rather a whole myriad of reasons, including things such as how much authority the Pope should have, and even debating what kind of bread should be used in communion. This split is known as the Great Schism, and gave birth to the first two major denominations of Christianity: Roman Catholicism, known as just the Catholic Church, and Eastern Orthodoxy, known as just the Orthodox Church. We don't need to go into what exactly these names mean, as we have a whole video dedicated to Christian denomination names, so go watch that if you fancy it. What we will go into, however, is where exactly this division took place from a geographical perspective. The divide went pretty much across modern Eastern Europe and Western Europe, Catholicism in the West and Orthodoxy in the East. This should already start to make you understand how the correlation between language families and denominations took place. Let's first focus on Catholicism and the Romance languages. Catholicism is the branch of Christianity most linked with Rome. The head of the Catholic Church, the Pope, resides within a small separate nation within the city of Rome itself to this day. Of course, the language of Rome was Latin, and to this day, Latin still plays a vital role in Catholicism, being seen as the denomination's official language. Latin is of course a Romance language, and most of the modern Romance languages on our planet have Latin as their key ancestor, and the nations that speak those Romance languages were once key parts of the Roman Empire. This includes nations and languages like France/French, Spain/Spanish, Portugal/Portuguese, and of course Italy/Italian. While the Roman Empire covered way more than just these modern nations, it could be argued that these were the nations that were influenced by Rome the most, not only in the fact that their languages resemble Latin the most, but also because they carried on following the kind of Christianity with deep ties to Rome too. That is a very oversimplified way of explaining why Catholicism is most abundant in Romance-speaking nations. A very similar story happened in Eastern Europe too, but with Orthodoxy instead of Catholicism. Orthodoxy doesn't have a home base in the same way the Catholic Church does. There's no one leader based in one micronation that resides within one city. The denomination, however, is seen as originating in the Slavic-speaking part of Eastern Europe, and from the Great Schism, it spread across other Slavic-speaking people too, eventually becoming the dominant denomination of Christianity in Eastern Europe, and especially with Slavic-speaking people/nations like Russia, Ukraine, Serbia, Bulgaria, and North Macedonia. Once again, that's a very simplified explanation of Orthodoxy in Slavic speakers, but I'm sure by now you're starting to understand how this all came to be. The denomination comes into being in a specific place, then spreads from that area. And of course, not only does geography help it spread, but language does too. Languages from the same family can be similar enough to one another to be understood by speakers to some extent. For example, a person who speaks Spanish and a person who speaks French might be able to understand one another due to some shared words between the two languages, as they are both from the Romance family. This shared understanding could have helped these denominations spread more easily too. It's easier for Slavic speakers to explain Orthodoxy to one another than a Slavic speaker trying to explain to a Romance speaker who are living on other sides of the continent, right? That's just my own theory on the matter anyway. This puts us in a very nice position of having Catholicism in the West and Orthodoxy in the East, yet there's a third cog in this machine, that being the Germanic/Protestant cog. Germanic speaking nations like Germany and the UK are considered part of Western Europe Europe undoubtedly, and for some time these Germanic countries fell under the Catholic banner too. This changed however in 1517 when the Protestant Reformations began in Germany. This was kicked off by Martin Luther, who grew tired of the way in which the church was running things and how much money they were making through people to pay for things like palaces and cathedrals. He wanted to take Christianity back to somewhat basics and remove the hierarchical power of the Catholic Church. This led to the creation of Protestantism, and this denomination quickly spread across Germany at the time. So once again, this is simply a case of a denomination originating from one place that spoke a language from a specific family and it spreading to its neighbours who also spoke a language from that family. Protestantism, however, is interesting. Firstly, because it arrived way later to the game. By the time it got on the scene, many of these Germanic countries were already Catholic. And secondly, it's worth mentioning that Protestantism isn't one singular denomination like Catholicism. Protestantism is split into smaller groups, like the Church of England in the UK for example, which is a sub-denomination of Protestantism. Weird, huh? But with Protestantism being born to Germanic speakers, we can start to understand how it reached other Germanic speaking people. Of course, you have the Scandinavian countries to Germany's north, who had long had cultural ties with one another. So once word of the Reformation reached Northern Europe from Germany, the adoption of it happened quickly, even reaching Iceland. And of course, Protestantism reached us here in the UK, which is a whole story unto itself, involving one King Henry VIII and his desire to divorce his wife, something the Catholic Church wouldn't let him do, so he made his own church instead based on Protestantism, which he had heard about from the continent. And that kind of explains to us the language/denomination split of Christianity. It's partly a coincidence and partly thanks to people sharing their ideas with nearby people who could vaguely understand them. And of course, these splits occurred outside of Europe too, due to colonization. South and Central America were primarily colonized by Romance speakers, meaning Catholicism is the most popular denomination there. Likewise, the USA was shaped by the British, meaning Protestantism is the biggest form of Christianity there too. Canada is a really interesting case. One source told me that among English-speaking Canadians, Protestantism is more popular, but with French Canadians, Catholicism holds out, which once again ties in with those language-religious divides. Similar trends appear in Africa too, like how Nigeria is primarily Protestant, which ties into its time under British rule. This is all well and good, but what I find equally interesting are the nations that don't follow this trend. There are nations in Europe that primarily speak a tongue of one language, where the dominant denomination isn't the one you'd expect it to be from the trend we've laid out already. Out of these rule-breaking nations, Ireland comes to mind first and foremost for me. Its main language is English, which is Germanic, but of course their most popular denomination is Catholicism. This is for a whole mess of reasons which I'm sure you partially know about already and we don't really need to go into them here. Likewise, we have Poland. Despite Polish being a Slavic language, the country is super Catholic. Other Slavic nations that are Catholic instead of Orthodox as we might expect include Croatia, Slovakia and Slovenia. This is because these Slavic speaking nations have close ties with the ancient Roman Empire. On the other side of the spectrum we have Romania, which despite being a Romance speaking nation is very Orthodox due to its location in Eastern Europe. Greece is also super Orthodox too and not a Slavic speaking nation, with Greek kind of being its own thing. Then there's the case of the Netherlands. Dutch is a Germanic language, and while Protestantism is the preferred church with the monarchy there, Catholicism is slightly more popular. And finally, I have to mention Malta, which is a super Catholic country. Yet Maltese isn't a Romance language, neither is a Germanic or Slavic language. It's a Semitic language of all things. Maybe this language denomination thing isn't as concrete as I first thought when I began writing this video. Currency symbols are quite possibly the logograms we use most in written language. Logograms being symbols that represent entire words, like the and symbol or even numbers. More often than not, we simply use one of these logograms in place of the entire word itself, especially if we're talking about a specific amount of money. For example, a price tag would say something like currency sign, then the price, as opposed to just saying £30 or something. Though that sounds like something I could imagine a trendy shop doing to be unique and different. But from what I can gather, every modern currency on our planet has a shorthand symbol to represent it. Most of the time, these symbols are actually fairly easy to understand. They tend to just be a slight adaptation of the first letter of that currency's name. Take the euro symbol, which looks an awful lot like an E, or the yen symbol, which is simply a Y with a couple lines through it. Though yen does have a more unique Japanese symbol too. There's even the rupee symbol, which looks a lot like an R. These are all pretty easy to understand and get to the point. That's good for them, but not every currency symbol follows this simple pattern. That's because two of the most popular currency symbols, especially in the English-speaking world, use symbols that look nothing like the first letter of their actual names. First of those being the pound symbol, which represents the currency of the United Kingdom, the pound sterling. This symbol and currency is also used in many of its crown dependencies and overseas territories. And secondly, we have the dollar symbol, used to represent many currencies with the name dollar found across the globe, from the US dollar, the Australian dollar, the Namibian dollar, the Jamaican dollar, and so on. To clarify, while these currencies are all called dollars, they are not the exact same money. In example, the Australian dollar and the US dollar are two unique currencies despite sharing a name, although sometimes other nations flat out use another nation's currency. Ecuador, in example, uses the dollar, not a unique Ecuadorian dollar, but literally just the US dollar, like Abe and Ben and George on them and everything. And to really add to the confusion, there's other currencies that use this symbol which aren't called dollars, noticeably various peso currencies used in nations like Mexico and Cuba. This seems odd now, but in reality, it might make more sense for pesos to use this symbol than dollars. We'll see why that's the case later in this video. Also, the manganese pataka used in Macau uses the dollar symbol too. Just because, I suppose. These two symbols are known across the globe, especially the dollar, which has become popularized due to the impact American-made media has had on the world. It's become more than just a symbol for the nation's money. The dollar sign has gone on to represent wealth and fortune as a whole. I'm sure we've all seen cartoons where a character gets dollar signs in their eyes. Likewise, the pound symbol is an icon of the UK in the same way red buses and Danny Dyer are. The UK never even adopted the euro while it's part of the EU and stuck with the pound. This was due to a variety of factors, Euroscepticism for sure, but also due to the huge legacy this currency and this sign has. The British pound sterling is the oldest currency in the world still in use, being used for over 1,000 years in some form. Yet despite the currency being so old, the symbol is relatively newer, and we have a pretty concrete idea as to where it came from. The pound symbol is simply a glorified letter L. Wait, what? An L? What? Why an L? There's no L in the word pound, let alone at the start of it. To understand why the word of pound is represented with a fancy L, we need to look into why the currency is even called a pound to begin with. As mentioned, this currency is super old. It has its roots in a time before plastic cards, paper notes, and even coins as they are in their modern form. The pound was initially represented with actual precious metals, and it was called a pound because one of the key weights of this currency was a pound's worth of silver. This is why it's called pound sterling, sterling being a word linked with silver. That's all well and good, but where exactly does the letter L fit into all of this? Well, like I said, the UK and its currency are very, very old, and the main language of the UK, English, has been influenced over the years by a huge variety of languages, with one of those being Latin. Latin plays a role in many English language words, and that's the case with this symbol too. Latin features the word of Libra. This Latin word doesn't seem to have one specific translation. Many sources say it means different things, ranging from meaning just weight, to being a specific unit of weight, to meaning scales, hence why the star sign of Libra is represented with scales. Latin eventually formed the phrase of libra pondo, which means a pound of weight. This became linked to trading goods and eventually money in Britain, where the Anglo-Saxons picked it up. Libra pondo was seemingly the phrase for money, and it of course needed a symbol. As it was called a libra pondo, it made sense to use an L to represent it, especially a big fancy L, as big fancy letters were popular at the time. This strike-through line apparently signifies that a symbol represents an abbreviated word, which could explain to us why many other currency symbols have strikes in them too. Eventually, the phrase of libra pondo was shortened and corrupted into modern English as just pound. Yet despite this, the symbol remained a fancy L. We started to see the symbol in its modern form in around the mid to late 17th century. Like I said, the symbol is much newer than the currency itself, and while the pound has been around for a long time, it only took its current form of being made up of 100 pence in 1971. Before this, it was all kinds of nonsense like shillings and farthings. It's not name related, but I'd love to talk more about the UK's decimal day one day. It looked absolutely wild. Of course, this Latin phrase of Libra also explains to us why the short form of the weight kind of pound is LB, or LBS for plural. So, like most things in the UK, the pound and its symbol are pretty old and pretty silly. What's interesting in all of this is that despite the dollar as a currency and its symbol being much newer than the pound, we are way less sure as to where the symbol actually came from. There's a popular story in regards to this symbol's origin, but it's really not seen as being true. That idea being that the dollar symbol is a U and an S on top of each other, with the bottom curve of the U removed, with the theory stating that this of course refers to the words of United and States. It's a neat story that has done the rounds on the internet, but it's fairly debunked. The main argument against this origin comes from the fact that it's widely believed that this symbol was in use before the land was referred to as the United States, as before being the United States of America, it was the United Colonies of America, and this theory doesn't claim that this symbol is a combination of U and C. Some argue, however, that the US could stand for unit of silver instead of United States. The other reason this idea isn't believed is because it only really applies to the two-stroke version of the dollar sign and doesn't really make sense with the one-stroke version of it. Yeah, there's two different versions of the symbol, one with one vertical stroke and one with two. How these variations came about, we don't seem to be too sure. The one-line version seems to be older, with the earliest written evidence of this symbol coming from 1792 and featuring just one stroke. Some theorize that the two-stroke version came later down the line to represent the US dollar specifically, but they can be used interchangeably, often depending on the font being used. Maybe in the scenario that the two-stroke version was made to represent the US dollar specifically, the symbol could be seen as being made up of a U and an S, but that certainly isn't the case with the initial one-stroke version of the symbol. The most accepted theory in regards to the origin of the dollar symbol has it relating to the money of the USA's southerly neighbors. We mentioned many Hispanic nations use the dollar symbol of their currencies of the peso. This isn't a coincidence or Hispanic nations borrowing the symbol. This symbol has a shared history between the various people who have colonized the Americas. In fact, the symbol might very well have much more to do with Hispanic Americans. This is because the most popular theory is that the symbol is not a combination of a U and an S, but instead a P and an S. This P and S relates to the word of peso, with P and S being the two defining consonant sounds of that word. In the past, before the borders of the New World had settled into the places they are found today, trade between Spanish-speaking America and English-speaking America was hugely abundant, so much so that the peso was actually a legal currency in the US all the way until 1857. This is why a symbol made up from the letters of P and S became linked with money in Hispanic America as well as the United States, and eventually the P and S would get merged together to form the modern dollar symbol. Even once the US ditched the peso as an official currency and stuck with just the dollar, the symbol stuck around. This explains to us why the peso uses this symbol too. In fact, it actually makes way more sense as to why it's used for the peso than for the dollar once you know its most likely origin. Referring to it as just the dollar sign even feels a bit wrong. Surely we could call it the peso sign more often, right? I guess dollar sign is a more popular name for it, thanks once again to the cultural impact the USA has on the globe. As to where the actual word of dollar came from, it seems to have come from a German coin minted in a mine in Germany's Joachim Valley, which was dubbed the Joachim Thaler, which was corrupted into Dutch as just Dollar, which became dollar in American English. I didn't intend on actually explaining the name of dollar and pound in this video, but it just kind of makes sense. If you want to know more currency name origins, we have a whole video on that matter from just a few years back. While the merging of P and S is the most popular theory, there is another theory relating the dollar symbol to the Spanish peso, that being the idea that the dollar symbol is a corruption of the Pillars of Hercules. Not so much the actual Pillars of Hercules which surround the Strait of Gibraltar, but the symbol of the pillars which were often used by the Spanish Empire and appeared on their coins. This symbol features two pillars with a banner wrapped around them. It's a little abstract, but you can kind of see how this could become the modern dollar symbol. Kind of, anyway. Despite how different these symbols seem to the words they represent, they do make sense, albeit in a very roundabout way. While they are certainly unique, they aren't as to the point as other currency symbols, that's for sure. But maybe we shouldn't even bother with currency symbols. Why don't we ditch them and just use one symbol to represent all money? One can only imagine how amazing a symbol that represented all currencies would look like. Wait, what? That symbol does actually exist, and it's just a little circle with lines sticking out of it, and it's been around since 1972? Why is no one talking about this? Communication is a vital part of the human experience, from conveying important information at the workplace to simply having a laugh with our friends in the pub or bar. Yet, while communication is vital to all of us, not all communication or topics of conversation actually need to be vital. Communication can be as simple as a little head nod and hello when entering a lift, a quick comment about the weather while waiting in a queue, or even a quick moan about a football score from last night when you bump into a friend on the street. This kind of communication communication might not seem like much, but they are vital to the human experience. And of course, this is referred to as small talk. And despite being called small talk, it's a pretty big deal. While a lot of the time small talk remains just that, a small talk, it can in many cases lead to a much larger conversation. If you were to compare a meal to a conversation, small talk is often the starter, a little soup or breadsticks or something, before you get into the main bulk of the conversation. Most conversations with friends and strangers start with small talk. Like if you were meeting up for a friend to book a holiday or something, it's quite rare you would just burst into their house and start planning. You normally begin with some harmless chit chat before diving into things. And when it comes to small talk with strangers, it can often open the gateway to a larger conversation. And thanks to some successful small talk, a stranger could be a new friend or even a life partner. I'm sure many of us met our partners thanks to some small talk first, whether that be through some kind of meet cute or just by messaging them on a dating app. I didn't think this video would lead me to giving some dating advice, but pro tip, don't go straight in with, do you want to hook up? Have some small talk first. As well as helping lay the groundwork for a bigger conversation, small talk really has some other benefits too. It can help you find some degree of common interest with other people. It can help improve your listening skills, and it can even help with building confidence in social situations, which otherwise might make you feel uncomfortable. Also, small talk is about way more than just what people are saying. It's a gateway to body language, enthusiasm, or even their personality. How someone small talks can tell us a lot about that person. Yet despite the many benefits of small talk and what a vital role it plays for many of us, not everyone is the biggest fan of this phenomenon. Some people find it irritating and want to just cut to the chase and get on with the actual conversation. Other people find it flat out difficult, and the very idea of small talk could give them a huge amount of anxiety. Mental health website Very Well Mind have a whole article about small talk and how it can plague the minds of people with social anxiety disorder. They even have a handy list of good and bad topics for small talk for those struggling with it. Those who avoid small talk can range from singular people to entire nations, which brings us to the country in the title of this video. Sweden. Sweden is one of those countries which many people look at in awe from the outside, and that's understandable. Not only is it rife with natural beauty and wonderful cities, but it's the home of ABBA and IKEA. Who doesn't love Sweden, right? Yet despite the many things that Sweden enjoys, there is one thing they're not as big a fan of: small talk. If you're visiting Sweden from somewhere where small talk is a mainstay and try to have a casual conversation with a Swede about the weather or traffic, or simply ask them what's up, there's a pretty high chance they may look at you in confusion, panic, or even irritation. Sweden, on the whole, doesn't do small talk. From what I've read, many in Sweden see it as pointless. Like, you don't need to talk about the weather. Everyone can see if it's snowing or raining or whatever. Many Swedes live by the philosophy that you only really need to talk if you have something to actually say, and not fill the world with endless chit-chat. They even refer to small talk as kallprat and dödprat, which translate to mean cold talk and dead talk, respectively. This very much fits the whole minimalist thing that Sweden likes to go for. Yet Swedes can even break their cool persona when it comes to small talk. They could even avoid eye contact or go to their phone when an American tourist with a bum bag and camera around their neck comes straddling towards them. Yet this dislike for small talk isn't only applicable for tourists. Swedes don't like small talk with other Swedes either, like a neighbor who lives next to them or something. If a Swede saw their neighbor leaving their house at the same time as them, you can bet they'll wait a moment before they leave to avoid the dreaded small talk. So instead of small talk, what do Swedes do instead? How do they fill the lulls in conversation or break the ice? Well, they have two options. They either don't talk or get straight to the point. These can both seem like really alien ideas to people who come from places where small talk is common. A silence in a social situation is often seen as awkward or rude. Many of us find useless things to say in times like this just to fill the gap. Not the Swedes, however. You have to respect them for that. Likewise, just diving into the matter at hand can seem really odd for many of us too. So what exactly put an entire nation off of endless chitter-chatter? Well, there's a few theories as to how exactly Sweden became so small talk averse. The key theory is due to the geography of Sweden. Sweden is a pretty big country, especially in relation to its population. Sweden is just over 1,700 square miles in size and has a population of around 10.5 million. Compare this to the UK, which is around 95,000 square miles in size and has a population of around 70 million. This means that Sweden is pretty sparsely populated, with there being big stretches of land in the nation housing relatively few people. It's also a pretty cold place too. In the
north of the nation there's only a few hours of sunlight in the winter months. These tough living conditions, as well as the sparsity of the population, meant that in the past, Swedes from across the nation didn't really interact with outsiders all that much. They would have just lived in their small towns and villages and would have been pretty familiar with everyone who lived close to them, so there wasn't much need for small talk, especially with strangers, as strangers were far and few between. Yet a lot has changed between this past Sweden and now. The world is a much more interconnected place, with people from other parts of the world calling different nations home for some time now. So why didn't Sweden pick up small talk from other cultures? Well, unlike a lot of other nations, Sweden doesn't have the richest history with immigration. Of course, there would always have been the odd person or two coming to the land and calling it home, but mass immigration to Sweden only really kicked off in the 1950s and 1960s. This was in the aftermath of the Second World War, where Sweden took in a large amount of refugees from nations like Finland, Italy, Greece, and even Yugoslavia. While many of these nations are big small talkers, by this point the tradition around not small talking was cemented in Sweden, so it just never really caught on. Yet things can change. Perhaps Sweden one day will start to embrace small talk more. I visited Stockholm a few years back now, and I don't remember anyone being particularly standoffish with myself when I talked to them. Plus, with easier global travel and the internet being a thing, perhaps more Swedes will start to understand and embrace the wonders of small talk more. In fact, one city in northern Sweden tried to embrace it. The city of Luleå ran a campaign encouraging neighbours to say hi to one another more, in the hopes it may raise the mood of the locals a tad more. If you're watching from Luleå, please let me know how this went. Maybe someday in the future, Swedes will be yakking away like the rest of us. But what I really need to mention is the fact that this idea that Swedes hate small talk doesn't apply to every single Swedish person. I'm sure there are many chatty Swedes out there, maybe even watching this video. Yeah, I really need to apologise now to all the Swedes watching this. I've generalised you all in this video as unsocial hermits, and I'm sure that's far from the case. If you're Swedish and watching, please let me know the realities of small talk in the nation. What also needs to be stressed is the fact that just because a Swedish person might not engage in small talk with you, or even do a simple smile and nod hello when you walk past them, it doesn't mean that they're rude or miserable or unkind or anything like that. Small talk and the body language that comes with it just isn't part of their culture, and Sweden isn't the only nation/culture that doesn't partake in small talk. Many other countries around the world aren't all that bothered with small talk either. In fact, there's this really fun analogy between people who do and people who don't like small talk, created by Dutch communications expert Frans Trompenaars. For the record, I just love that name, Frans Trompenaars. I just wish I was called Frans Trompenaars. It's just, I'm disappointed now that I'm not called that. That's sad. But anyway, he theorized that there are two kinds of cultures/people when it came to small talk: peach cultures and coconut cultures. This doesn't relate to people's fruit preferences, but instead these fruits represent how different groups of people share information about themselves while communicating. Peach cultures are made up of people who are more than happy to talk to strangers and engage in small talk, yet probably won't delve into really personal stuff with them, saving that kind of information with people they're really close to. They are compared to peaches because peaches are soft and easy to get into, but have a hard stone in their center where more private information is kept. Peach cultures include nations like the USA, Ireland, Japan, and Brazil in example. Most people from these nations are more than happy to chat and indulge in small talk, especially if you speak their language, of course. Coconut cultures are of course the opposite of this, where people don't reveal much about themselves to strangers, but once you get to know them, you find they're nice and friendly and all full of goodness. I'm sure you can understand why they're compared to coconuts too, because these groups have a hard exterior that can be difficult to crack, but once you're in there, you find out they're great on the inside. Sweden is of course a coconut culture, and other coconut cultures include other Scandinavian nations like Denmark, as well as other northern European nations like Finland and Russian, and some not so northern ones like France and Germany. I love these analogies, and they don't reflect entire countries all the time. Certain nations can be made of a mixture of peaches and coconuts. The USA is a great example of this. The common trope is that people more in the southern states are friendlier, while people in places like New York City tend to keep themselves to themselves, but are nice once you get to know them. It can even apply to specific people too. It must be tough being a peach amongst coconuts, and it must be exhausting being a coconut among peaches. These ideas are relative too. For example, a British person could seem like a peach to someone in France, whereas they could seem like a coconut to an American. Swedes, however, will most likely always seem like a coconut to most people, and a tough one to crack at that. But Then again, do they even need small talk? Sweden seems like a nation with its head screwed on. It's one of the happiest countries on the planet, has great public transport, a brilliant work-life balance, has some of the most progressive LGBTQI+ rights in Europe, and amazing food. Maybe they're onto something with their lack of small talk. Signs we use in the written word tend to go by a couple of different names. Take something like the question mark. We may call it this, but others have referred to it as the interrogation point. We also have the ampersand, the sign we use in lieu of the word and, which many of us simply call the and sign. Yet in the world of signs with multiple names, there's one in particular that really takes the cake, that being this little guy. These 4 little lines, 2 vertical and 2 horizontal, you are probably more than familiar with. If you showed random people on the street this sign and asked them what they would call this symbol, you would most likely get a huge variety of names. The names people call this symbol might relate to their age or where they're from, or even their profession. A mathematician, a telecommunications worker, and an influencer will probably all call this sign different names, and a musician might get it confused with another symbol entirely. There's a key reason as to why this sign has had so many different names over the course of its existence, and it all kind of boils down to the fact that while this sign has been around for a long time, it has never really had one definitive meaning that's stuck around. Most signs we use in written language tend to mean one thing and one thing only, which everyone is on board with, like the percentage sign in example. Everyone knows that it relates to percent, and it only ever really gets used in relation to percentages when used in writing. Well, minus encoding, I suppose. Likewise, the ampersand only really serves the purpose of replacing the word and. The symbol we're covering did probably have one specific meaning when it first came around, but that meaning didn't really stick with the people. So whenever various people from different roles needed to use a symbol to mean something, instead of creating a new one, they would use this one, as it's been around for a while and didn't really have one particular meaning. And when different people in different roles used this symbol, they often gave it their own name too. While now this sign might be linked with the world of social media and coding in our modern world, it actually goes way back. This sign of course has its origins in the world of Latin, like most things in Western European languages. Shocking, I know. This symbol's ultimate origins lie with the Latin phrase of libra pondo, which means a pound by weight. This phrase was often shortened to just LB. It's this LB which would go on to become this sign. Now I know from looking at them like this, it's hard to see the resemblance between the two, but hear me out. This L and B became this sign through calligraphy and handwriting of the past. People were a lot more squiggly, for lack of a better term, with their writing before us. So the L and B would be written in a way more cursive manner. On top of this, a strike was added between the L and the B, which was used to symbolize the fact that this was a shortening of a longer word. After many years, the struck through L and B merged together until the modern symbol was born. It only became way more straight and angular in its appearance with the creation of typing, I imagine. We can see Isaac Newton himself use the kind of proto version of this symbol, which is somewhere between the LB and the modern one. But that's where this symbol came from, and if that sounds a tad familiar, it's because the same Latin phrase of libra pondo created the British pound sign, which we covered in a recent video. But back to the sign that's in the spotlight of today's video. The fact it came from the phrase of libra pondo tells us that this symbol was initially used to represent a unit of measurement, a pound of something, whether that be a pound of beef or a pound of gold or a pound of sugar. And this probably also explains to us why we got the British pound symbol too. While both are called pounds, they are very different things. One's a weight and the other is a currency. So two different symbols to represent these things make sense. That's just a theory, however. But as this symbol was used to reflect a pound of something in weight, it explains to us why one of its many names is the pound sign. The pound sign could very well be the oldest name for it, and is still used by some to this day. Yet, calling it the pound sign can cause some confusion, especially for the British. In the UK, another symbol was being referred to as the pound sign, the aforementioned currency symbol of course. To deter this kind of confusion from happening, another name came into being which could be used by a variety of nations who used the pound as their currency at the time, the number sign. This not only helped differentiate it from the British pound sign, but also played into the new way in which people were using this symbol. It was starting to be used to reflect numbers as a whole, being placed before numbers, not in reference to a weight in pounds, but just to reflect the fact that it's a number. It can even be used to represent the word of number. Like if you saw this written somewhere, you could read it as just number 4, with this sign replacing the word number. In this way, it actually becomes a logogram of sorts, a symbol which means an entire word, like the ampersand and how it can be used in place of the word and. I was trying to find an example of this symbol being used like this, but nothing was coming up. I swear Mario Kart used it to show what position you're in during a race or something. That gives us the two names of the number sign and the pound sign. Yet another word would start getting applied to this symbol too, that being the word of hash. As a word, it actually predates a lot of these other names for it. This is because the word of hash has had other meanings outside of just being a name for this symbol. It actually started life as a verb, meaning to chop something into small pieces, coming from the old French hache, meaning axe. Makes sense as axes chop things up. This is where we get the word of hatchet from too. If you were to imagine chopping up something like a piece of meat and cut it into small squares or pieces, you can imagine the crisscrossing lines appearing thanks to the cuts. It's from here where the word hash started to get applied to all kinds of crisscross lines, even being used to refer to stripes that run down military uniforms. While hash would go on to have other meanings, like meaning to do something badly, as well as being a nickname for food as a whole and a specific recreational drug, it's from these crisscrossing hash lines as to how this symbol became known as a hash too. And that makes sense. This symbol is made up of lines that cross over each other. Hash meant things that cross over, so the logic is all there. Hash started getting applied to this symbol in around the 1960s. As well as being called just a hash, it was called a hash mark and a hash key. Yet, it would be in the 2000s when another suffix would be added to the word of hash. Hashtag, I feel, is probably the most popular name for this symbol today. I don't know if we'll still be using it in 50 or 100 years, but for now, this symbol under the name of hashtag is everywhere. This is due to the fact that they have become the go-to tagging key for various social media platforms, used to hyperlink words and ideas together. For example, if you were to write hashtag pink shoes on Instagram or something, then click it, you would see all the other posts including the hashtag of pink shoes. They've really changed how we interact and communicate online. And once again, this symbol was used for this purpose because it didn't really have any other use. It was a symbol easy to access on a keyboard, which had no other use on social media. We actually know who invented the hashtag, and by invent it, I mean who thought of using it to compile ideas together. Obviously, the symbol has been around for a long time already. It was conceived by a social media expert by the name of Chris Messina back in 2007. He tweeted out on the 23rd of August that year, suggesting this symbol should be used for groups. It had actually been used prior to this in smaller online groups, where the name of hashtag was coined, simply because it's a hash sign being used as a tag. The founders of Twitter weren't that on board with the idea to begin with, yet not long after their formation, they were a hit and being used on not just Twitter, but other sites too. Does YouTube have hashtags? I think it does, but I'm not sure. Honestly, I still like to imagine YouTube is forever stuck in like 2012 or so. Gangnam Style will always be the most viewed video on this site to me. Anyway, something I found really neat was Messina's view on the hashtag, and why he didn't patent it. He answered on a Quora post on the subject matter by saying, "I had no interest in making money directly off hashtags. They are born of the internet and should be owned by no one. The value and satisfaction I derive from seeing my funny little hack used as widely as today is valuable enough for me to be relieved that I had the foresight to not try and lock down this stupidly simple but effective idea," which is just really neat, I think. I always love people doing things for free on the internet for the greater good. Yet, while before we had the hashtag, we had another name for this symbol, which came about through an older kind of communication technology than Twitter. In the same way the name hash for it arrived in the 60s, so did the name of octothorpe for it too. This is one of the oddest popular names for it, and it was coined by the Bell Telephone Laboratories in 1968. It was at this time new buttons were being added to phones, and one of these buttons served the role of sending instructions to the telephone operating system. This button needed a symbol on it, and once again our main guy was chosen due to the fact it served no definitive purpose, but people had seen it before. It was also readily available on keyboards and in programming too. Yet in the world of telecommunications, it was decided it needed yet another name, and as mentioned, octothorpe was the one landed on. The former part of this name is pretty logical. Octo of course means 8 and relates to the 8 ends of the 4 lines that make up this symbol. The leading theory in the latter, thorpe part of the name however, is quite perplexing. It's believed that employee Don McPherson coined this word, with the thorpe part being an ode to Olympian Jim Thorpe. While not having much to do with telephones, Jim Thorpe sounds like quite the athlete, winning 2 gold medals in the 1912 games and being the first Native American to win gold for the USA at the Olympics too. He unfortunately had his medals stripped from him for dumb reasons, but apparently they restored them back to him 30 years after his death. not great. So, like I said, the guy had nothing to do with phones or symbols, but seemed cool enough. This is just one thought on how this part of the name came to be, but I like it, and the other ideas aren't as fun. That gives us the names of the pound sign, the number sign, the hash, the hashtag, and the octothorpe. But of course, there's even more. I read in Singapore and Malaysia it is known as a hex. No idea where it came from, but I like it. Likewise, it is also known as a square. The International Telecommunication Union have said they allow this symbol to be referred to as a square, and who are we to question them really? It's also been referred to as a sharp. This is because it looks like the sharp symbol seen in written music. The reason the name sharp got applied to this similar looking symbol is because sharps, as in the music ones, were used in various coding programs, but as most computers didn't have a dedicated key for the sharp symbol, but had one for our symbol, people just used that but carry on calling it a sharp anyway. Then we have the really silly names for it which are used every now and then, and usually relate to the shape of the thing. This includes the fence, grid, scratch mark, tic-tac-toe, and my favourite of them all, the pig pen. Man, I love pigs. But out of all of these names, which one is the true, official, correct name? Well, we can't seem to agree on that one. Pound sign seems to be the oldest name, but it isn't all that common anymore. Wikipedia and Britannica both call it the number sign in their entries, and they're two pretty respectable sources. Some sources even claim that octothorpe is the true official name. But hashtag is probably the most popular name of them all. Honestly, call it whatever you want really. I'm probably going to call it the pig pen from here on out.
Is a nation which has earned a lot of nicknames for itself. The land of the free, the land of opportunity, the melting pot, just to name a few. In fact, certain areas of the nation have nicknames unto themselves, from geographical ones like the Pacific Northwest to the dubious Midwest, to its many belts like the Bible, Rust, and Jello Belt. Most of these nicknames are somewhat self-explanatory and don't provoke all that much conversation. Though one nickname for a part of the states in particular has created all kinds of conversations, that being the name this video is all about. Dixie, it was also known as Dixieland, Dixieland, and Dixie Alley. That latter name, however, is used more often in relation to tornadoes, but for this video I'll be referring to it most of the time as Dixieland, as that's the name I'm most familiar with. Whatever you choose to call it, Dixieland and its many alternative names is a part of the states you might have heard of before, even if you aren't from the country, like myself. It's also a name with a lot of imagery attached to it. The idea of what Dixieland is, it probably conjures up a different kind of image in everyone's mind. While we all have an idea of what Dixieland is, a simple idea is about as far as it goes for some of us. It's a place that isn't fully understood to a lot of people. The first thing a lot of people debate about the name is where it actually applies to. There isn't one defined geographic area or set of states that the term does actually apply to. The broadest definition of where Dixieland is that it's the southern states. This includes Kentucky, Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas. As mentioned, that's the broadest definition. I'm sure there are people watching from one of these states who don't think it should be considered part of Dixieland. Conversely, there are probably people watching from states I didn't mention who think they're part of Dixieland too. It's a really debated subject, so let me know what you think down below. The origin of the term Dixieland is also debated just as much as to what actually constitutes Dixieland. The OED's earliest recording of the term comes from 1859, so we can gather it was coined sometime prior to this. There are multiple theories around the origin of the term Dixieland. These range from probably false to probably the truth. One of the most debated etymologies is that Dixieland was originally the last name of one Johann Dixie, an 18th century slave owner who lived in Manhattan. As the story goes, he was actually a nice slave owner, relative to other slave owners of the time I suppose, but eventually sold some of his slaves to people somewhere in the southern states. His former slaves who were now in the south were now living in far worse conditions. Apparently one of the slaves remarked about just how good they had it up in Dixie's land, and from here the name was born. This is hotly debated for a number of reasons. First off, because in this story, Dixie's land is actually referring to Manhattan, and while the location of Dixieland is debated, I don't think anyone would argue that New York State is a part of it. The other issue with this story is that there's staggeringly little evidence to back it up. Another etymology for Dixieland with a dubious etymology is that comes from a Philadelphia-based minstrel performer of the 19th century who named himself Dixie. Likewise, there's not much evidence to back this one up either. Not all ideas for the origin of the name relates to people, however. One of the more believed theories is that the name might have been inspired by a banknote. The Citizens Bank of Louisiana had their own banknotes, with the $10 bill featuring the French word for 10 on the back of it. 10. This is because of Louisiana's deep ties with the French language, and as this state is in the south and to many the definitive Dixieland state, it makes sense as to why this note could inspire the name for the wider area. Though, once again, not everyone is convinced by this etymology. The etymology I
I personally believe in most, however, is that the name derives from a very specific line that underscores this part of the United States. The Mason-Dixon Line. This is a survey line which was established by surveyors Charles Mason and Jeremiah Dixon, set up between 1763 and 1767. It came into being due to a border dispute between the British colonies who resided in the land at the time. This boundary settled the dispute into what land belonged to who. In modern times, it is actually a demarcation point across 4 states, with Pennsylvania to the north of it, Delaware to the east of it, and Maryland and the Virginias to the south of it. While established in the 17th century, it was only in 1820 when the term Mason-Dixon Line was first officially used. It may be an imaginary line which appears on maps, but it has taken on a life of its own somewhat. The Mason-Dixon Line is seen as something of a symbolic dividing point in the states, especially in relation to the older east coast of the USA. It is seen as the boundary where the north ends and the south begins. With this image for itself, it's easy to see why everything south of the Mason-Dixon Line would have become named Dixieland in its honor. Though what's interesting is that Maryland falls under the line, yet is not really seen as part of Dixieland all that much. In fact, Washington DC as a whole is below this line too, which also isn't often included. These are the leading theories as to where the term Dixieland comes from, and like I said, there's disputes between all of them. I personally believe the Mason-Dixon Line theory the most, but that's just me. The Mason-Dixon Line is a really interesting oddity in the world of US geography. I just wish there was a video with more information about it out there or something.
Well, you know what? There is.
Oh yeah? And where can I find it? Also, how did you get in here?
I have my ways. Also, it's probably on YouTube.
What? Like on your channel?
Definitely.
Well, did you post a video then?
I did. I think your viewers should watch it after they're done watching your video, of course.
Okay, well, cheers for joining us. My viewers just saw you, so I guess I don't have to let them know now.
And with that, my work is done.
Huh, that was weird. Like, how did he even get in here? Anyway, while we aren't entirely sure as to where the name came from, we have a pretty good understanding as to how the name became so popular. And its rise in popularity was thanks to jazz. Yep, the musical genre that's often described as America's greatest cultural gift to the globe. And that's understandable. Jazz is incredible. To understand this, we need to understand that jazz originated within Dixieland, specifically via the African American communities in New Orleans in the state of Louisiana. For one reason or another, Dixie appeared in a lot of jazz songs, which then extended into American folk music in general too. Old songs that feature Dixie include I Wish I Was in Dixie, Dixie Blossoms, and When They Build That Dixie Highway. Dixie and the image the South picked up for itself was used in abundance in jazz and country music in the late 19th and early 20th century, though perhaps the people who really blew up the term were the original Dixieland Jazz Band. Yes, that's spelled with 2 S's instead of 2 Z's. They are seen as the first truly successful jazz band and cemented many of the features of the genre, and since then, Dixieland jazz has become a subgenre of jazz unto itself. Seriously, these guys were huge for jazz and music as a whole. It's from here that Dixie and Dixieland became a long-established and popular nickname for the southern part of the USA. Yet, that name of Dixieland hasn't stood the test of time all that much. This is because of the giant elephant in the room I've been avoiding up to this point. The Confederacy. This was a breakaway state that was composed of states in the South, including Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Texas, Mississippi, North and South Carolina, Florida, Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, Missouri, and Kentucky. They were of course the losing side of the American Civil War, and their main motive was to maintain the use of slavery in the nation. From the list of states mentioned that were part of the Confederacy, you can clearly see they're very much the same states which are part of Dixieland. This means the name of Dixieland has become somewhat synonymous with the negative ideas of the Confederacy, slavery, black and white minstrels, all that stuff that doesn't really gel with today's ideas. It's because of this that the name of Dixieland has dwindled in popularity. In many ways, it's a term that many Americans want to brush under the rug. Perhaps the most noticeable example of the term Dixie being snuffed out came in 2020. It was when the famous band the Dixie Chicks decided to drop the Dixie part of their name and instead go by just the Chicks. This was in relation to the mass protest against police brutality towards black people which happened in the wake of George Floyd's death. Though of course, while Dixieland might seem like it's on its way out, the term definitely does still have its supporters. People who link the term not with the Confederacy and slavery, but link it with some of the more positive qualities the southern states have. The idea of a humble, simpler time, and that renowned southern friendliness that this part of the nation is renowned for. And of course, it's a term linked with some really good jazz. There's a lot of debate over this term, and how it should be used, if it should be used at all, and I'm sure many of you have opinions on it, which you will have a nice civil discussion about in the comments down below, like I know you can do. But at the end of the day, I'm not American. I can't fully comprehend the ideas and feelings this name may evoke in someone from the States, whether they be from Dixieland itself or from anywhere else in the country. If only I had an actual American I could get on screen to explain their thoughts on the name.
Well, I'm not so sure I have any thoughts on the term Dixie, to be honest.
Oh, you're back. Though I guess I was just wishing for an American to appear, so I guess I had it coming. You were saying about Dixieland?
Yeah, we don't really say Dixieland anymore over here.
So you don't think Dixie is an offensive term in any way?
For many, it definitely is, but I don't see the term going away anytime soon. Besides, it's like in hundreds of country songs.
Huh, I see.
Anyway, as I mentioned earlier, I have my own video to plug. Gotta go.
And just like that, he's gone again. You know, I think that was Mr. B, fellow educational YouTuber and all-round swell guy. He mentioned something about having his own video on the Mason-Dixon Line. You know what'd be really cool? If we released our videos at the same time and we could plug them in each other's videos. No, wait, that's exactly what we're doing. Well, you heard the man. Go watch his amazing video on the Mason-Dixon Line. Japan and the Korean Peninsula, which in modern times houses the two nations of North and South Korea, have had a long interconnected history of one another, as well as being pretty geographically close to one another too. In many cases, locations that have deep historical and geographic ties tend to have similarities in their languages, or even have languages that relate to one another. Take the Romance languages an example. They all come from the same root language of Latin, which formed on the Italian peninsula, and the nations that speak these languages like Italy, France and Spain, all pretty close to one another. So is this the case with the languages of Chinese, Japanese and Korean? They too are all close together and have a shared history, so it would make sense if they all came from the same language family, right? Well, in short, no. But also, yes, they do have one specific common bond which we'll get to. These three languages are from completely different language families. Take Chinese an example, and yes, I know Chinese isn't one language, is instead a collection of different languages and dialects which are similar but also slightly different, like Mandarin, Jin, and Wu. But there's a standard form called Standard Chinese, and for the sake of this video, we're going to refer to Chinese as a singular language. Anyway, Chinese comes from the Sino-Tibetan language family. This family also includes languages like Bai, spoken within China, and the Tamangic languages spoken in Nepal. Japanese is from the Japonic language family, which also includes the Ryukyu languages which are spoken on Japan's southern Ryukyu Islands, and Korean is part of the Koreanic language family, which also includes the Teju language spoken on Teju Island. So not only are they not related, they all come from relatively isolated language families. They are the largest languages of their respective families, with the other languages within it being spoken by much smaller groups of people. This is quite unlike other language families originating parts of Asia or Africa or Europe, where they have many widely spoken languages. But yes, they are from completely different language families. Japanese is just as closely related to Chinese or Korean as it is to German or Hungarian or Swahili, as they are not related at all. Though I ought to mention that there is a theory that the Japonic and Koreanic language families are part of a larger family called the Altaic language family, including other families like Turkic and Mongolic. Yet this idea is highly debated. Wikipedia even refers to it as highly controversial on their page right under its name. Man, you know it's got to be controversial if Wikipedia even saying it. I've never come across a controversial language family before. That could have a whole video unto itself, so remind me to do that at some point. Whatever the case, it seems odd that these languages aren't related at all because, well, look at them. These are signs from China, Japan and South Korea, and they all look so similar. So how can they look so alike and not be related? Well, it's all because of that one thing they do actually have in common, that being a shared writing system. All three of these languages in their written form use a common writing system to varying degrees. That writing system being a collection of thousands of logographs. For those who might not know, a logograph is a written character that instead of representing a single sound, like the characters of the Latin script used in languages like English and French, they instead represent entire words or ideas. While used in all three languages, these characters have their ultimate origins in China with the Chinese language, and from here they were borrowed and used in Japanese and Korean. These characters don't have one name, they instead go by different names depending on what language they are being used in. In the language they originated from, Chinese, they are known as Hanzi, though I also heard it pronounced as Hanzi. They are also simply known as Chinese characters, but I'll be calling them Hanzi when talking about them in relation to Chinese. Hanzi in Chinese is super old. In fact, it is considered one of the oldest writing systems in the world. We have evidence of it in some form coming from over 8,000 years ago, with a more uniform version of it sprouting up around 3,000 years ago. We don't know how exactly it came into being, but one myth on its origins has literal four-eyed historian Kanji inventing them. While the Chinese language and its writing system was being formed, so were the languages of Japanese and Korean. Yet for a variety of reasons, while these languages were being spoken in Japan and Korea, they didn't have a writing system. That might seem odd now, but many languages actually go some time without a means to write them down. This could be because the original speakers of a language had no means to write it down, or they simply just didn't need to. Though of course eventually Japanese and Korean would need some kind of writing system, but instead of creating their own unique scripts, they simply borrowed and used the script which was being used in nearby China, which they had communication and relations with. Korean seemingly adopted these characters first between the 3rd and 4th century, while Japanese adopted them a tad later in the 5th century. This might sound odd, but languages sharing a script is fairly common. Think of all the languages that use the Latin script in their written form. In these other languages, these characters received new names. In Japanese, they're known as kanji, and in Korean, they're known as hanja. Despite the 3 different names of hanzi, kanji, and hanja, they are the same thing. The same characters written in the same way with the same meaning in each language. Take this character an example. It simply means fire. A Chinese speaker, a Japanese speaker, and a Korean speaker will all know that this symbol means fire in their hanji, kanji, and hanja respectively. But while they know it means fire in their respective languages, how they would actually say their word for fire out loud is different. If being read aloud in Chinese hanji, it will be pronounced as ho, while if being read aloud in Japanese kanji, it will be pronounced as hi, and if being read aloud in Korean hanja, it will be pronounced as hwa. Granted, they all sound a little similar and my terrible pronunciation probably isn't helping, but you can hear there is a difference. This difference in the way these symbols sound in different languages is because, as mentioned, they are logographs. These symbols do not reflect sounds like the symbols of the Latin alphabet. Take this symbol an example. If you see this symbol in a word of English, French, or German, most of the time it's going to be pronounced in the same way, making a p sound. Logographs, however, aren't bound to a specific sound when being spoken out loud. They just reflect a meaning or a word, and different languages can relate their word for the symbol's meaning onto it, regardless of if it sounds similar to how other languages might say that symbol out loud. When this symbol was created in China, they applied their word of fire to it. Japanese and Korean, however, would have already had words for fire in their languages, just no way to write it down. So when they borrowed these characters from China, they simply applied their already established words for fire to the symbol, which meant fire in the Chinese language. Yeah, the relationship between these languages is really quite surface level. And while they may all use these characters, how often they use them vary greatly. In Chinese, hanzi is the only writing system. Chinese has no phonetic alphabet or script, meaning they have no symbols that represent specific sounds in their written language. I guess the closest they have is pinyin, which is used to transliterate Chinese words into the Latin script. This means that hanzi is used exclusively for all written language needs. This means Chinese people have to know an awful lot of symbols to get by with reading. One source says an educated Chinese person will know around 8,000 characters of hanzi, but for day-to-day use, they only really need to know between 2,000 and 3,000, which is an awful lot more than the 26 letters of the Latin script. In Japanese, however, kanji is used quite a lot, but not exclusively. It is instead intermixed with Japanese not one, but two other writing systems, hiragana and katakana. These are two syllabaries of Japanese, meaning they are symbols that match up with sounds. Hiragana is used for native Japanese words, while katakana is used for foreign words brought into Japanese. Both these symbol systems actually derive from the Chinese characters too, aka hanzi. Hiragana is actually an adaptation of something called manyogana. This was when hanzi characters were first used in Japanese in the mid-7th century, but slightly adapted to present sounds instead of single meanings. This eventually evolved into modern-day hiragana. Katakana was created more directly from Chinese hanzi in the 9th century. The three writing systems that Japanese implements is something we've talked about quite a bit in various videos in the past. In Korean, however, hanja is hardly used at all in this day and age seemingly. It is apparently still taught and understood, but it's very much on the way out of fashion. What is instead used way more often in Korean is Hangul. This is a phonetic alphabet exclusive to Korean, which features symbols that represent sounds. Hangul has a really interesting story behind it. For the longest time, Hanja was the main writing system of Korean, yet it was only used by the higher-ups and elite of society. In the 15th century, however, King Sejong of Korea wanted this to change. He wanted the masses to be able to read and write in Korean, not just the upper crust. So he decreed that a new writing system should be made, one that's easy enough for anyone to be able to learn, and this eventually became Hangul. This alphabet only has 10 vowels and 14 consonants, and is seemingly one of the easier languages to learn, all because the king wanted people to be able to read and write. How nice of him. Yet, even after the creation of Hangul, Hanja was still seen as the go-to writing system for the affluent, with Hangul for the peasants. I guess the joke is on them now, as Hanja is on the way out in the land, and Hangul is seemingly here to stay. What this all means, however, is that Chinese, Japanese, and Korean aren't related or sibling languages. It's more like Chinese is the cool older kid who gave the younger kids of Japanese and Korean a neat toy or something to borrow, but they never gave it back. There is, however, a third younger kid in this analogy as well, as one other language uses these characters in their written form too, that being the language of Vietnamese. Yep, these characters can even be seen in the language of Vietnam too, and once again they have their own unique name in the language, that being Chu Han. So the question shouldn't be a Chinese, Japanese and Korean related, it should instead be a Chinese, Japanese, Korean and Vietnamese related. And the answer to that question is still a resounding no. Vietnamese is part of the Austro-Asiatic language family. It's not Sino-Tibetan, Japonic or Koreanic. It just happens to use these logographs too. Words in English which consist of a single letter, A and I. Well, officially anyway. If we choose to be a tad more liberal with our spelling, there are many other words which could be replaced with a single letter. Y instead of WHY, U instead of YOU, B instead of BE or BEE, R instead of ARE, C instead of SEE or SEA, and even things like T in place of the word for my drink of choice, or Q in place of the thing you wait in, or P instead of the stuff that comes out of you. I unto itself could even be used in place of the word for the things you use the C out of, or even in place of how sailors say yes to their captains. While these letters could be used in this way, that hasn't really been the case since the age of number pads on phones. In correctly spelled English, the only words you will see represented with a single letter are, as mentioned, A and I. Yet with these two cases, there's a key difference between them, and that's the case we spell them in. When A is used as a single word, it is always lowercase, unless it starts a sentence of course. I, however, is represented with a capital letter at all times, whether it's at the start, middle, or end of a sentence. The only other time we see capital letters somewhere other than the start of a sentence is when they are being used in a proper noun being the correct official name for something like a creature, country, or other geographic feature, things like Abdul, or Minnesota, or Amsterdam, or the Pacific Ocean. This is name explain. I'm sure you all know what a proper noun is by this point. While I is a noun of sorts, it's not a proper noun. What kind of noun it is, we'll cover in a moment. I is one of the most used words in the English language too. According to the Oxford English Corpus, it is the 10th most used word in English, just behind have, that, in, a, and, of, to, be, and the. You'd be hard pressed to read any kind of English language text and not find I in it somewhere. English speakers are pretty numb by now to this single letter capital that graces so much of our writing and conversations. Yet to non-English speakers, it can stick out like a sore thumb. I is part of a collection of nouns which are called personal pronouns. They are the nouns we use in place of someone or something's actual name, along with words like you, she, they, it, and him in example. We may use them for a myriad of reasons. It can be because we are familiar with the subject matter, or even because we are unfamiliar with them. Like if you were at a meal and someone said, "Where did Sophie go?" you could simply reply with, "She went to the restroom," as opposed to "Sophie went to the restroom," as by that part of the conversation, everyone knows you're talking about Sophie. Likewise, if you saw someone you didn't know doing something odd, you would say something like, "They were juggling down the street," instead of randomly guessing at their actual name. The main reason we use the personal pronoun of I, however, is because it's been deemed the grammatically correct thing to do. I is mainly used when we talk about ourselves, and for a variety of reasons, we don't really refer to ourselves by name when we talk about ourselves. Like I would say, "I am hungry," as opposed to "Patrick is hungry." That makes me sound like some kind of tyrant medieval goblin king or something. Of these personal pronouns, I is the only one that gets capitalized all the time. If a word like her or they appear mid-sentence, they wouldn't get a capital H or T. That's not how these arbitrary rules work. Personal pronouns exist in other languages too, yet it is only in English that the personal pronoun of I gets capitalized all the time. In fact, English is the only language where the word consists of a single letter. In French, I is je. In Spanish, it is yo, and in Japanese, it is watashi. Just to share a few examples, when these words are used in other languages, they aren't capitalized all the time. Like if je appears midway through a French sentence, it doesn't feature a capital J. So while the capital I might seem pretty mundane and ubiquitous for us monoglot English speakers, on the world stage, it is really rather unique. Another weird thing English throws at people trying to learn this bizarre language. English isn't an isolated language, however. It has siblings and cousins. It is part of the Germanic language family branch of the larger Indo-European family, though it was heavily influenced over history by languages like Latin, French, and even Hindi to some degree. I, however, comes from the language's primary Germanic roots. It ultimately derives from the Proto-Germanic ek. Where this comes from and what it truly means, however, we have no idea. The concept of having a word to refer to oneself is unsurprisingly pretty old, so we can't be too annoyed about not knowing where it ultimately derives from. Knowing that the English I comes from Proto-Germanic, however, helps explain to us why it sounds similar to the word in one of English's closest relatives, German. The German version of I is ich, which of course doesn't start with a capital letter. Though, quick tangent, German loves a capital letter. In fact, in German, all nouns start with capital letters, whether that be a proper noun like someone's name, or just a normal noun like bird or stone, which in German are Vogel and Stein respectively. Pronouns like ich, however, are not capitalized at all times. Old English's version of I was a lot closer to its German counterpart, being ich, and when this was spelt on the page, it wasn't always capitalized. It stayed this way for some time, yet in the 12th century in England, something started to happen. For one reason or another, ich was shortened to just I. This first happened in the north of England and slowly spread across the rest of the nation, though the south seemingly held on to the ich version for some time, with there being evidence of it still being used up until the 18th century. While ich first became I in the 12th century, it wasn't being capitalized as standard at this point. It would be a few hundred years later in the 13th and 14th century when that started to happen. By this point, having lowercase and uppercase letters was well and truly established. When this script was first invented, there were only uppercase letters, with lowercase coming sometime after. We covered that in a video unto itself, so go watch that if you haven't already. So while upper and lowercase letters were a thing in English in the 13th and 14th century, how we ought to be using them hadn't been established. There were no rules on when you should use which. Things only got formalized with the invention of the printing press and into the 17th century. This means you could use whatever case of letter you wished at any point and no one would be too fussed. You could have spelled I with a lowercase or uppercase I, or even its former self of ich, you could have spelled with a lowercase I and an uppercase C. English had way less rules back then. Spell however you want in whatever case you want as long as it gets the job done. We are way too stringent with the rules these days, if you ask me. It could be through this lack of rules in English as to how I ended up being capitalized all the time. Some people would have used a capital I when writing it, and eventually this would become the main way of doing it when the language was formalized. Though there are other theories on the matter, however, one of those relating to the change in pronunciation of the word itself. When the word was spelled IC, it was pronounced, as mentioned, ich, a short little sound. When it became just I, however, instead of being pronounced as the sound the letter represents, I, it was pronounced as just the name of the word itself. I. This is a longer sound than the aforementioned ich, so to represent this longer sound on the page, a longer version of the letter was used instead, the capital version of it. Another theory is the idea that a lowercase I is a lot harder to read on the page when it stands alone when compared to the capital I. Lowercase I is undoubtedly one of the least distinctive letters out there in regards to its shape. It is simply a small line with a dot at the top, and sometimes that dot isn't even there. It also looks incredibly similar to the letter J too, which it shares a history with. It's easy to see how this single letter could get lost in the shuffle on a page of text, especially in the past when handwriting was a lot less standardized as it is today. Using the much more pronounced capital I can help mitigate this confusion and make the word stand out more on the page. Though what I feel is the most interesting theory as to why I gets capitalized relates to the wider importance we have placed on capital letters. Another way we use capital letters in language is to highlight the importance of specific words. Think of a warning sign of some kind. More often often than not, the word warning would be written entirely in capital letters. Capitals stand out way more when written down, which has led to them being used to signify much more important information. And an incredibly important piece of information in any written text is the person who is actually writing it, aka the I of the text. This could be another reason why I gets capitalized, as the author of the writing is using a capital letter to signify their importance. What's interesting is that the opposite of these theories could also explain to us why the word A isn't capitalized. A lowercase a stands out on the page much clearer than a lowercase I, and unlike I, which represents the writer themselves, A doesn't play an as important role in written language. It's an article, meaning it comes before the more important subject in a sentence. This could explain to us why A remains lowercase. That's pretty much your why is A always lowercase video. If you wanted to see that one, just watch this video in reverse or something. Back to I, however. All we really have are theories on why it gets to remain a capital letter, no matter where it stands in a sentence. It could have been because people were more casual with their spelling. It could have been because the lowercase I is harder to spot. It could have been to show the importance of the writer, or it could have been a mixture of these reasons, or even something else entirely. English is a weird, old language, and this big I that watches over all of us is another one of its strange quirks. There is a chance, however, that it won't be this way forever. People are always playing about with language, and many of those rules are being loosened yet again, thanks to more casual online communication and even stylistic choices. There's this whole thing going on at the moment with Gen Z and their aversion to capital letters. For a variety of reasons, many young people don't use them. For the start of their sentences, for proper nouns, and even for the word I. They could very well be the generation that ends the reign of I, always being capitalized. Modern USA is a country made up from a variety of cultures, from the indigenous people in the land to the descendants of colonists who have made the land their home. This melting pot of cultures can be seen in the languages spoken in the States and how they are developed into their own unique variations. This is apparent in the American English, which dominates the land, or even the Spanish spoken by groups of people too. Aside from English and Spanish, there is another European language that has taken on a life of its own in the land of the free, that being French. French colonization of the USA and the Americas in general doesn't seem to get too much of a spotlight when compared to the British or Spanish colonization in the land. Their biggest claim on the continent was not in the USA itself, but in its northerly neighbour of Canada, where French is heavily spoken in certain parts of the nation. There's also French Guiana too in South America, which is literally a part of France, like they have the euro and everything. In the US itself, however, French isn't an official language of any state, though there was French colonization, and variations of French is/was spoken in the land. The French colonization of the New World started in 1534. This was after the Spanish arrived in the land but before the British. French claim in North America expanded quickly, culminating in the formation of New France, a territorial claim that spanned from the south of the modern USA all the way up into the northeast of modern Canada. New France was a huge chunk of land, yet the French would lose control of this land in 1763 in the aftermath of the 7-Year War, which saw most of this land handed over to the English. This of course had an impact on the language spoken here too, with French losing out to English. The French would go on to claim more land in the States later down the line, but that too would be sold off to the USA eventually in the famous Louisiana Purchase. The impact of the French on the USA has left the nation with two dominant varieties of the language. Most noticeably is Louisiana French, with 200,000 to 300,000 speakers under its belt. This version of French can be found in the state of Louisiana, the state that is most commonly linked with the French rule of the US, and is often linked more specifically with New Orleans and the Cajun people of the state. The other dominant form of French found in the USA is found on the other side of the nation, in the northeast with New England French. This language is believed to have 170,000 speakers and can be found in the New England region of the nation. This version of French has close ties with the French spoken in Canada, which makes sense seeing how close these countries are to one another geographically. Together, these two variations of French have around 500,000 speakers in the States alone. Yet there are also much smaller variants of French which originated from the States too. Some of these variants are so small that they're actually on the cusp of dying out completely. One of those being the variation of French this video is all about, Missouri French. It is also known as pawpaw French too, in ode to the pawpaw fruit which grows in the area the language was spoken. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why am I making a whole video about Missouri French, a language barely spoken that no one really seems to care about, as opposed to one of the more popular versions of French like the one spoken in Louisiana or New England? Well, it's because I spent the last week in the state of Missouri, primarily the city of St. Louis. I went to the Gateway of the West to catch up with my friend and podcast co-host Paul. Suffice to say, I had a wonderful time, took in all the sights, watched the Cardinals play, and ate way too many toasted raviolis, gooey butter cakes, and Ted Drew's concretes. If it wasn't for a friend living there, I can honestly say I probably would have never gone to St. Louis. It's not a city on many Brits' itineraries for the USA, but I'm so glad I did. Hello if you're watching from St. Louis. Though despite everything I got to see in St. Louis, something I didn't see at all were people walking down the streets having a casual conversation in Missouri French, and that makes sense. As mentioned, this is a language on the cusp of death. A language cannot be about to die without once truly being alive, however, and Missouri French used to rule the roost in this part of the world. Not only was it spoken in St. Louis and Missouri, but the wider area, which was called Illinois County while it was under French control. Of course, that name is now just used for the state next to Missouri of Illinois. French arrived in Missouri from two directions, the north and the south. French speakers in what is now Louisiana ventured north to the land, and French speakers in modern Canada came southwards, both following the Mississippi Valley. The main reason French settlers came to this land is for the natural resources the land had to offer, in this case valuable lead and a mineral called barite which is found in the region, the latter of which has the nickname of Tiff in this land. Why this mineral became known as Tiff in Missouri, I have no idea, but what I can tell you is that there's a small town in the state that is simply called Tiff, and it was named in honor of the stuff that was once mined here. Interestingly enough, linguists believe that Missouri French has more in common with New England French and the French spoken in Canada compared to the French spoken in Louisiana. It is also pretty different to the French spoken in France, aka French French. If you are able to speak French French and heard Missouri French, then you may be able to understand a good amount of the words, but not all of it. This is because Missouri French was influenced by a huge selection of other languages too. English of course helped shape it, and in some cases English words are thrown in when talking in Missouri French, but also some more unique languages got thrown into the mix too. Various Native American languages helped form it too, due to the French speakers in the land living alongside various tribes. It is also heavily inspired by various West African languages too. This would have been due to the West African communities who came north from places like Louisiana, who in turn could have possibly come from places like Haiti. This means that there are certain words in Missouri French that differ to what they are in French French. Take a word like potato. In French French it is called pomme de terre, while in Missouri French it is called a patata, much closer to the English version of the name. Likewise, cars in Missouri French are chars, while in French French they're called voitures. While it's easy to presume that these variations often don't stray too far from the language they derive from, that often is far from the case, and I'm sure you can see from these examples. In the past, Missouri French would have been one of the most spoken languages you'd come across in this part of the USA, yet in our modern day and age, it's getting harder and harder to come by. It started to dwindle in popularity at the dawn of the 20th century. This was due to the stigma that French had picked up in this part of the country. By the early 20th century, the USA was a firmly English-speaking nation, and while the language has never been official in the land, it was seen as the only correct language you should be speaking. Those who spoke Missouri French were often bullied and portrayed as being dumb or even less civilized people than those who spoke English. There are stories of kids getting told off by their teachers in schools for speaking Missouri French. In fact, English became the compulsory language of schools in Missouri around this time too, meaning if kids were not able to speak and learn in Missouri French, its ability to carry on being spoken widely were greatly hindered. Thanks to all of this, the number of Missouri French speakers dropped dramatically over the course of the 20th century. In the 1920s, there were reports of around 600 different families that were able to speak it. By the 1980s, however, that number had dwindled to just 600 or so individuals. Today, however, there's even less speakers than that. We don't have an exact number, but many theorize there could be just a few dozen people left alive who speak the language, many of which are older people, meaning the language could potentially die with them. What's especially interesting, however, is where exactly these people can be found, as they are not seemingly spread across the USA or even spread across the state of Missouri. Most of them instead reside in one small town named Old Mines, which is around an hour away from St. Louis. You don't get more literal of a town name than Old Mines, named because in the past this town was exactly that. A mine. I wonder what it was called when it was new. Just mines, I guess. Anyway, this town came into being due to the aforementioned lead and tiff which was mined heavily in this area. Missouri French was able to maintain a stronghold in this tiny town due to the fact it was relatively isolated from the wider world, meaning the language could carry on being spoken and not get as heavily affected by the wider world like it did in more connected cities like St. Louis. Though eventually old mines would get more connected to the wider world thanks to better roads and more advanced technology. This means that even in old mines, Missouri French is on the way out too. It's not like everyone in this town exclusively speaks Missouri French, I'm afraid. You could go there and only speak English and be just fine. In fact, that is exactly what I did when taking a little road trip to old mines to check the town out for myself. And as a Brit who loves all things small town America, I can confirm that it was as wonderfully quaint as I expected it to be. It's clear to see that they are very passionate about being the last bastion of Missouri French, with many signs in the town being written in the language and sites that highlight the town's history and linguistic importance. They even have an annual Missouri French festival. They had a French heritage seminar recently, but annoyingly it was on the Saturday before I got there. This small town is well and truly doing its best to help save the language, and there's even people in wider Missouri doing their bit too. In 2015, 2 people set up a 5-week course on the language in hopes to teach it to more people, and musician Dennis Strothmat plays in a band which sing many songs from Missouri French origins, helping spread the language through song. The work these people are doing will help keep the language alive, in some capacity. It's pretty unlikely that Missouri French will ever be spoken as a first language by a large community of people ever again. This part of the USA has seemingly moved very much on from being French speaking, but this at least allows the language to be recorded, spoken, sung, and remembered in some way, shape or form. That's a fate a lot of other languages unfortunately don't get to have. And to think, I probably wouldn't have ever thought to talk about this language if I didn't end up ever going to St. Louis. So thank you so much for having me in your wonderful city. Go Redbirds, or whatever I'm supposed to say. I don't know, I'm still trying to figure out how baseball exactly works. On a surface level might seem like relatively simple things, a means to an end to represent letters in the written form. Most of the time I imagine that you don't even think twice about the font you're going to use. And yes, I know technically they aren't called fonts, they're called typefaces, but we're going to call them fonts for ease's sake. Fonts, however, haven't always flown so far under the radar. During the course of human history, fonts have inspired conversation, changed the way we view certain things, and even led to debate. Though perhaps the most notorious historical event revolving around fonts was the centuries-long dispute between 2 of them in one nation in particular. Yeah, an argument between 2 fonts took literally hundreds of years to be resolved. Like I said, fonts are more than just little letters on a screen or a piece of paper. Of course, the land where this dispute took place was Germany, and the fonts in play were the ones by the names of Antiqua and Fraktur. This whole episode is known as the Antiqua-fraktur dispute. Like, it has its own Wikipedia page and everything. Something you may be wondering is, how did 2 simple fonts cause such an uproar across an entire nation? Well, these fonts came into the spotlight at the time when Germany was struggling with its national identity, and these fonts came to reflect the views of Germans as a whole. What font you chose could imply your thoughts on the nation and the language. One of these fonts was seen as being the true font that all Germans should be using, and was installed with nationalistic pride, while the other was seen as the outsider font, an inferior font used by the rest of the world. Why don't we actually take a look at these fonts? Here we have the font of Antiqua. As you can see, it is very much the textbook old world timey kind of font, slightly cursive with letters attached to one another. This font was created to look as close to actual handwriting as possible. Good handwriting anyway, not mine, that's for sure. It was created to specifically look similar to the handwriting of the Romans, who by the late 15th century when this font came into being, has started to be revered for their ingenuity after their influence had fallen out of fashion for much of the Middle Ages. This font would go on to be heavily linked with Rome and the Latin/Romance speaking world. The name of this font of course comes from the word of antique/antiquity, as it was created to look like the writing of the ancient world. Fraktur on the other hand looks like this. This is a big, bold font, with jagged ends and letters that are separated from one another. The letters not joining up is why it has that name of Fraktur, coming from fractured, as the letters of the words in these fonts are quite literally fractured. You have probably seen Fraktur or a similar font to it all over the place. It is a distinctly medieval/Germanic looking font. It wouldn't look out of place in any kind of fantasy setting or a villain's lair. Fraktur came into being in around 1515. Emperor Maximilian I of the Holy Roman Empire commissioned a new font to be used in the books of his library. That font ended up being Phractor. It was based on an older font named Schwarbacher, which unto itself is part of a series of fonts known as Blackletter, which encompasses many of those fonts you see in medieval writing, which are pretty much impossible to read for our modern eyes. It's also worth noting that neither of these fonts of Antiqua or Fraktur are actually singular fonts, but rather families of fonts that have a similar style. As you can see, these two fonts are fairly different from one another, but it's not only in their design where they differ. Each font picked up different connotations for itself. Antiqua was this font linked with all things Latin and learned, whereas Fraktur was a font linked with power, strength, and of course, the German language. These two fonts came into being around the same time as two other big historical events that took place in Germany. The Protestant Reformations fronted by one Martin Luther, and of course the creation of the printing press by one Johannes Gutenberg. These two fonts were able to spread thanks to the invention of the printing press and played a large role in the Reformation too. These fonts ended up having religious connotations linked with them as well. Antiqua was seen as the font of Catholicism. This makes sense because, as mentioned, it was linked with Rome, Latin, and the Romance languages as a whole. And as Romance-speaking parts of the world tended to fall on the Catholic side of things post-Reformation, it makes sense as to why they would use it too. Fraktur, on the other hand, was seen as the font of Protestantism. This form of Christianity was a distinctly German creation, and where it flourished the most was in other Germanic-speaking parts of the world, like Britain and Northern Europe. Likewise, Fraktur was a proud German creation too, so it only makes sense why these two Germanic inventions of Protestantism and Fraktur would get intermixed and connected with one another. So just to recap, we have one font, Antiqua, linked with Catholicism and all things Latin/Romance language, and we have another font, Fraktur, linked with all things Protestantism and German/Germanic language. By the early 16th century, these two fonts were a thing. The Reformation had kicked off, and the printing press was well and truly established. So with all these factors at play, Europe took to typing and writing in their font of choice. And on the whole over the centuries, that font of choice was actually Antiqua. It was far easier to read compared to Fraktur. Antiqua is still fairly easy to read for us today, compared to Fraktur anyway. It also became the go-to font for people in the world of science and all things educated. This was due to its links with ancient Rome. Though of course, one country that didn't adopt Antiqua was Germany. And when I say Germany, I mean the landmass that we now consider Germany, which contains many German/Germanic speakers. Germany is a European country that has shifted its borders an awful lot over the years, due to a whole variety of factors such as being parts of other empires and due to being split into two for large portions of time. Whatever the case, Antiqua was seen as a resoundingly un-German font, and one that their beloved language, which was so different to the other languages spoken in Western Europe which were primarily Romance in origin, shouldn't be written in. This deep love for the Fraktur font and resentment towards the Antiqua font in Germany really came into play in 1806. It was in this year that the Holy Roman Empire, which encompassed much of modern Germany, dissolved, and large parts of Germany were instead occupied by Napoleon. This rocked the German national identity, which is understandable. There's many instances of nations throughout history trying to reclaim their identity after occupation from another power. The event of 1806 saw a huge surge in German nationalism, meaning people wanted to show more pride in their nation. One of the ways in which this nationalism manifested itself was through the recording of as much German literature as possible. People wanted as much German writing preserved as possible in the event that the language was banned or ceased to exist for some other reason. And of course, it was decided that all this German writing should be written in the most German font possible, Fraktur. This rise in nationalism was all about preserving the German identity, and this font had become a huge part of that identity. Since its inception in 1515 up to this point, most other places stopped using it, minus Germany, something that many Germans took pride in, something that made them stand out amongst the nations of Europe. So Fraktur was used to celebrate the German identity, and Antiqua was seen as the font used by all other languages and writing. This might seem a tad odd, but people take pride in strange things when the idea of their nation is removed from them. For example, the first thing I did when I got back from my recent trip to St. Louis was eat a sausage roll from Greg's. If you know, you know. Germany was unified into a single state in 1871, and it was at this time they declared Fraktur as their official font, to be used in all official writings and documents. This makes sense. Germany had up until this point been fighting for its identity, so it's only fitting that when they had their own unified German country, they used the most German font possible. Though of course, not everyone was happy about this universal use of fraktur. This is the antiqua-fraktur dispute after all. Everyone took sides on this dispute, and it became an ideological issue between the people of Germany. Those against Antiqua saw it as being un-German, and the people used it as traitors to the land, while those against fraktur saw it as being old-fashioned, stuck in the past, and full of rampant nationalism. Seriously, these fonts caused quite an uproar in the land. Notable Germans who preferred Antiqua included philosophers Goethe and Nietzsche, as well as Jacob Grimm, one half of the Brothers Grimm, who recorded many Germanic fairy tales which are still popular to this day. The very big advocate of the fraktur font, however, was Otto von Bismarck, former Chancellor of the land and perhaps the most German person ever. He refused gifts of German books which were written in the Antiqua font and said on the matter, "I don't read German books in Latin letters." And of course there was also the religious issue too, with the fonts being split between Catholicism and Protestantism. Apparently this divide in font preference was so facing Christianity that a Protestant Bible was created, which used fraktur for all the positive passages about God and Jesus, but switched to Antiqua for anything relating to hell or damnation or suffering. These two fonts created a huge divide in the people of Germany. It was as if everyone had to take a side, and the dispute carried on into the 20th century. It was in this century, however, that things were finally resolved, and that resolution came from a group of people who were in power in Germany, whose names I can't really say due to the fact it might demonetize this video. I'm sure you know who they are, but to err on the side of caution, I will be referring to them as the Ends and their leader as simply H. The Ends were all about German nationalism, as I'm sure you know, so unsurprisingly they used the fraktur font extensively. Much of their messaging and their propaganda featured this font to cement it as the German font. The leader's book even used the font on its front cover, yet oddly enough, that leader, H, wasn't actually a big fan of it. He actually preferred Antiqua, and this is so odd because his party was using it extensively. Though in all honesty, it's not worth thinking too much about the logic of this awful human being. In one speech to the Reichstag in 1934, he said, "Your alleged Gothic internalization does not fit well in this age of steel and iron, glass and concrete, of womanly beauty and manly strength, of heads raised high and intention defiant. In 100 years, our language will be the European language. The nations of the East, the North and the West will communicate with us, learn our language. The prerequisite for this, the script called Gothic is replaced by the script we have called Latin so far, which reflects his thought on the script, which is referred to as Gothic as fraktur has a long history of the Gothic style." H finally got his wish, however, in 1941. It was in this year that fraktur was banned in Germany. Yet this dispute got to a point where it was so contentious that a font had to actually be banned by a government. H and the Ends declared fraktur as not truly German and even claimed it had Jewish qualities to it, which of course wasn't positive for these guys. Like I mentioned, it's so weird they were using this font and all of a sudden stopped using it. But these guys were monsters who threw logic out the window. This meant that Antiqua became the standard font of Germany, and in the aftermath of the Second World War, fraktur was used less and less due to its deep ties with the Ends, even though they were the ones who banned it. Between then and now, both the fonts of Antiqua and fraktur are seen as being pretty outdated and old-fashioned. No one uses either of them all that much anymore, unless it's for something that is intentionally old-fashioned looking like a D&D map or something. Today, however, modern Germany has a whole slew of different official fonts. Berlin has its own font called Berlin Type, which has been used since 2021 and is free to download for yourself. Funnily enough, the All About Berlin website, which talks about Germany's fonts, highlights fraktur, saying anyone should be cautious with using it as it is seen as old-fashioned and linked with the Ends, which perfectly sums up the legacy of a font, which was once so deeply linked with this nation. What this all shows us, however, is that a font can be way more than just a simple way to show text. They can almost break a nation. Well, maybe break is too strong a word, I know, tad hyperbolic, but it sounds good for a YouTube video title. The nation of Japan and the US state of Hawaii are similar in a lot of ways, both home to breathtaking natural beauty, highlighted by mountains, luscious greenery, and eruptive volcanoes, as well as both being home to unique cultures that thrived in isolation from the rest of the world. Yet, there's another way in which they're connected, and it's a little bit odd, to say the least. There's this really odd link in their languages. Now, okay, before you think I'm going to try and clickbait you with some nonsense, I know these languages are not related. Hawaiian is a Polynesian language and part of the wider Austronesian language family, while Japanese is part of its own Japonic language family, which contains a few other smaller languages. Do not fear, I'm not going to try and give you some crackpot theory where I try and say they're actually connected or anything like that, but there's something weirdly similar between these two languages and I just need to talk about it. I have wanted to highlight this for some time now. Over the years I've made multiple videos about Japan and the Japanese language, and a couple videos about Hawaii and the Hawaiian language. I've even talked about the link between these two before in an incredibly niche video looking into how one of Japan's biggest cultural icons ended up shouting the name of a Hawaiian king every time he uses his signature move. Every time I've ended up in a Wikipedia wormhole in relation to either the land of the rising sun or the Aloha state, I've been taken aback by this strange similarity between the two languages, and I'm seemingly not the only one, as upon researching this video I uncovered various articles and forum posts asking about it too, so I promise you I'm not going crazy. So if they aren't related, then how are they similar? Well, to give an example, let's look at the two names of Kahoku and Kikiha. These are both settlement names and they look and sound somewhat similar to one another. It would be easy to presume that they are from the same country and language, but of course that isn't the case. Kahoku is actually the name of a city in Japan, while Kikiha is the name of a town found in Hawaii. Yep, despite sounding like they come from the same language, they're from two completely different ones. And this isn't the only example of town names sounding similar between the two. Take the Japanese Makawa and the Hawaiian Makina, or even the Japanese Hanawa and the Hawaiian Hana. There's even words like I, which sound the same in Japanese and Hawaiian but mean completely different things. Love in Japanese and food in Hawaiian. Though personally I feel love and food are one and the same. Even the most well-known piece of Hawaiian, their greeting of aloha, sounds somewhat similar to the Japanese greeting of ohayou. Okay, granted they aren't identical, but they sound way more alike than bonjour and guten tag, which are both from the same larger language family. As I told you, I'm not going crazy here. There really is this weird similarity between the two languages, which is only confounded by the fact they're not only not part of the same family, but they're literally separated by the largest ocean on the planet. What on earth is going on with these two languages then? Well, the reason they sound so similar to one another is because the thing they do have in common is a similar phonology. Phonology is the part of language which is all about sound. To study phonology is to study the sounds a language makes, as well as the similar sounds and speech patterns that occur within a language and across a variety of languages. Each language has its own phonology, some way more distinctive than others. Some languages can be recognized by their phonology alone. I'm sure we've all heard an Italian impression, where the person isn't actually speaking any Italian, but just making sounds that sound Italian. That's phonology at play. Oh man, I should make a video about Italian phonology, so someone add that to the list please. But phonology can explain to us why languages sound similar to one another, even if they aren't related. And that's what's happening here with Japanese and Hawaiian. This similarity in phonology between the two languages means that both Japanese and Hawaiian have very similar rules and features when it comes to their sounds. In example, both languages have the exact same set of 5 vowel sounds, with A making an like sound in both, E making an like sound in both, I making an E like sound in both, O making an like sound in both, and U making an like sound in both. Other features they share are things like words never ending in a consonant in either language, syllables being only 1 or 2 letters long, and syllables always having to end with a vowel sound. It's these rules which explain to us why both Japanese and Hawaiian words have that ba 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 sound to them, for lack of a better word. What this means is that a Japanese speaker with a good understanding of the Latin alphabet and romanization should be able to read a Hawaiian word fairly easily, even if they aren't exactly sure what the word means, and vice versa for a Hawaiian speaker reading romanized Japanese. Though to stress again, these languages aren't interchangeable with one another, nor mutually intelligible, like how the languages of Scandinavia are an example. They're not mutually intelligible because, once again, these languages are not related. Yet, while the languages might not have a shared history, the lands in which these languages derive from have an incredibly interesting shared history of one another. There is an extensive history of Japanese migration to Hawaii. Even to this day, Hawaii is the US state with the highest population of Japanese people. people. The earliest known of migrants from Japan to Hawaii were recorded in 1868, though it's highly likely Japanese people visited the land prior to this in some way, shape or form. It was in this year that around 150 Japanese people made their way to Hawaii. This was during the first year of Japan's Meiji era, and these first settlers were known as the Gannon-mono, meaning first year people. At this time, it was actually illegal for Japanese people to travel abroad, meaning these first migrants were actually illegal. Nevertheless, the two places formed a good relationship. This means that there have actually been Japanese people living in Hawaii before Hawaii was even a US state, as that happened in 1959. It was just a couple decades later when Japanese migration really took off. In 1885, around 1,000 Japanese people made their way to the land. The main thing that drove this migration was money. Japanese people heard of great work opportunities on sugarcane plantations in Hawaii. People from Hawaii were even sent to Japan to try and persuade young men to come over and work. Many Japanese men worked intense jobs cutting sugarcane, and many Japanese women became picture brides, meaning they were married off to men who had only seen a photo of them. While it was tiring work, the Japanese people integrated well in Hawaii, with many Japanese customs, traditions, and foods becoming a mainstay in the land. Buddhism became popular there, with the Buddhist festival of Oban becoming a huge deal in Hawaii, even to this day. Likewise, many Japanese restaurants and stores opened up too, as well as Japanese language schools. Even simple things like mochi, the Japanese sweet tree, has taken on a life of its own in Hawaii. This smooth integration, however, took a turn during the Second World War, with the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. This led to many of the Japanese people in the USA being looked down upon, and tensions between Japanese Americans and other races living in the land ran high. This anti-Japanese sentiment was rife on the mainland USA, especially on the west coast. Hawaii wasn't as bad seemingly. The Japanese there had integrated themselves into American society quite well by this point. Yet still, many saw them as potential enemies on the islands. Thankfully, anti-Japanese sentiment in Hawaii and across the USA seems to be dwindling. Today, Japanese people are one of the biggest ethnic groups in Hawaii, and at some point in its history, the largest group. And beyond Japanese people living in Hawaii, a huge amount go there on holiday. It's become one of the most popular tourist destinations for Japanese people, with the nation holding the islands in a special place in their heart, having a deep love for this island state. There's a couple reasons why I wanted to talk about the shared history between Japan and Hawaii. First off, it's really interesting. Secondly, it helped pad out this video. And thirdly, it has led to Japanese influence on the language used in Hawaii. While Hawaii now mainly speaks English, with Hawaiian words thrown in, many Japanese words have found themselves at home there, even beyond the Japanese words that have cemented themselves in wider English like karaoke and manga. Wikipedia has a whole list of Japanese loanwords used in Hawaii, featuring words like benjo, meaning toilet, teiko, meaning octopus, and even jankenpo, the Japanese term for rock, paper, scissors. I even found this glossary of Hawaiian Japanese first published in 1990, which features words like abakado for avocado, hausu for house, and nasubi for eggplant. This shows us that the Japanese language has most certainly had an impact on Hawaii, but those phonological similarities between the languages definitely predate that 19th century arrival of Japanese people in Hawaii. So while we've established that there are some really odd similarities between the two languages, what we really need to ask ourselves is, why? How did these two languages so far removed from one another end up sounding so alike? Well, in all honesty, there probably isn't no real answer. The idea of people from either of these two places visiting the other in the distant past on a tiny seafaring vessel, crossing the Pacific and integrating their languages together sounds really neat, as does the idea of some kind of mysterious secret language we don't know about connecting the two of them, and in turn revealing they are all part of some huge language family we don't really know about. But in reality, it's probably just a coincidence, a sheer fluke of language. There's only so many sounds the human mouth is able to make, so it's not surprising that two languages ended up sounding similar to one another and followed similar phonological rules. And besides, the two languages aren't entirely the same. In example, Japanese has no L sound, while Hawaiian is full of them. They also have different word orders, with Japanese going subject, object, verb, and Hawaiian going verb, subject, object. But the largest difference has to be their amount of native speakers. There are thought to be around just 2,000 native Hawaiian speakers, while there are about 120 million native Japanese speakers. Hawaiian really needs to up its game, or Japanese really needs to calm down. But anyway, while nowhere near related to one another, or even identical to one another, these two languages, whose respective cultures and peoples have had a long, loving shared relationship, are undoubtedly really weirdly similar. Or maybe I'm just reading too much into it. Who knows? The opposite being an endonym. For example, this country in the Balkans is called Shiplia in its native language, whereas in English it's known as Albania. In this case, Albania is the exonym and Shiplia is the endonym. For the uninitiated, this might seem strange, finding out that a country name you have submitted in your brain isn't actually used by those who live there. But in reality, exonyms are used all the time. In fact, I don't think there's one country on the planet that has the exact same name in every language out there. Not all exonym endonym pairs are as different as Albanian and Shiplia, however. Some are a tad more similar or even the same in multiple languages. Take the boot-shaped country in the south of Europe. In its native language it is called Italia, while in English it's called Italy and in French it's called Italy. All these names are fairly similar but not identical, and its name in every language isn't as similar to its endonym. For example, in Hungarian the country is called Olaszország, which doesn't sound anything like the other names. Sometimes, however, a country's name can be the exact same in multiple languages but different in others. This country in South America has the exact same name in English and German, Peru, but in its most popular language of Spanish it's called Pilu, spelled and pronounced slightly differently with that accent there. And the name changes even more in Arabic, as in this language it is called Bilu. While these names are alike, they are technically exonym and endonyms because they are not exactly the same. These kinds of exonym and endonym pairs tend to fly under the radar, as more attention tends to be given to pairs which are way more different. The classic ones like Suomi in Finland, Nihon in Japan, Barat in India, and the many different names this European nation has, ranging from Germany, Almanya, Niemce, Saksa, and of course its native endonym, Deutschland. If you've been watching Name Explain for some time now, then I have no doubt you know exactly what exonyms and endonyms are. Talking about them here have been a core staple of the channel over the years, and I probably wouldn't be here without them. From my literal years of looking into why countries end up with different names in different languages, I feel there are two main reasons as to how these different names come into being. The first of those being because these names come into being by completely different origins from one another. This is the case with Germany's many names. In the past, Germany wasn't one cohesive unit, but a landmass ruled by various tribes who spoke the same Germanic languages. As Germany sits in a somewhat central geographic location, it means that other places across Europe would encounter one of these tribes and name the entire area after them. Names for the country like Germany, Almanya, and Saksa all derive from tribes who used to once live here. That endonym of Deutschland, however, comes from the native language and just means people. The second key way in which exonyms came into being is simply due to the fact that languages translate words in all different kinds of ways. Not every language follows the same rules or features the same word-forming elements or basic structures. Certain parts of a country's endonym might just not gel in another language, so it needs to be changed. This is really obviously seen in countries that have English names ending in land, like Poland in example. Land is obviously an English word, so in other languages this land suffix isn't used. In its native Polish it is instead called Polska, while in Italian it's called Polonia, and in Finnish it's called Puola. It's also worth mentioning here that the ear suffix isn't English, it's from Latin, but it features in many English language country names due to the huge influence Latin had on English and language as a whole. This latter reason also explains to us the more subtle differences we see in many exonym-endonym pairs. It's understandable as to how exonyms and endonyms came into being in the ancient past. Groups of people who spoke different tongues from one another discovering and naming these places of their own accord. Yet we don't live in the ancient past anymore. The world we live in is far different from the one most of these names originated in. We live in a far more interconnected world, where we know in much more detail what is going on anywhere on Earth. Communication between speakers of different languages is far easier too. I can use translation software to understand what someone who speaks French is saying, in example, or I can message someone who calls Germany Saksa in an instant. When we look at it like this, it might seem odd that exonyms still exist. They can even seem outdated. We all know that Germans call Germany Deutschland, so why aren't we all? They even have the potential to cause all kinds of confusion in our modern interconnected world too. And some countries have even started to feel like this. Noticeably, a few years back, the transcontinental country south of the Black Sea declared it wanted to be known by its endonym of Turkey on the world stage, and not as exonyms like Turkey, an example. And there were also rumblings that India may start going by Barat across the globe. That one, however, has yet to come to fruition. All this has got me thinking, should we just stop using exonyms? Okay, so slight spoiler. This question isn't going to be definitively answered by the end of this video. Sorry about that. Instead, this video is more about me thinking about this question and thinking of arguments for and against the use of exonyms. Some of these arguments are to be found online, whereas some are things I've thought of myself. Yeah, we're straying away from the realm of facts in this video and more into the world of personal opinions. And I need to stress, these are just opinions, not truth by any means. None of the arguments I'm about to make for or against exonyms are true facts. This is all just a bit of silly fun. Cool? Cool. So why don't we first look at some arguments that are in favour of exonyms and keeping them around. One of the most valid arguments in keeping exonyms around is the fact we're all just so familiar with them. Most of us, I imagine, have been using our main language's exonyms for countries all of our lives. If we were to suddenly just stop using exonyms and refer to all countries by their endonyms, that could create all kinds of confusion. While a name nerd like myself would know that when someone says they went to Suomi to visit Father Christmas, I would know they meant Finland. But many other people would probably be confused by this and have no idea what country they were talking about. Abandoning endonyms would require many people relearning large portions of the world map again, and who has time for that? On top of the familiarity of these names, many exonyms are brought into being because they're easier to pronounce in their respective languages than the endonyms. While an argument could be made saying that people could just learn how to say endonyms, there's more at play here. Certain languages just struggle with certain sounds that don't feature them. Take Japanese an example, which famously lacks an L-like sound in their language. If we were to decide that all countries should go by their endonym, it would make many names featuring L incredibly hard for Japanese speakers to come to grips with. Lithuania is called Lietuva in Lithuanian. This is a name Japanese speakers would have a really hard time with. In fact, the current Japanese exonym for the country is Litonia, which shows us just how aversive to the L sound the language is. It could be seen as being pretty unfair to make speakers whose languages don't feature certain sounds all of a sudden try and use those sounds in words. This ties into another important reason why exonyms should stick around. As we have mentioned, many exonyms came into being because certain endonyms don't gel well with other languages. All languages have rules they abide by, and if an endonym doesn't agree with that language's rules, then the name needs to be adapted so it fits into that language, and hey presto, you have an exonym. This shows us that exonyms are pretty vital in keeping languages within their rules. Icelandic is a great example of this. Icelandic is very particular in keeping its language as free from outside words as possible. Like, there's literally a whole Wikipedia page called Linguistic Purism in Icelandic. This language would be pretty unhappy if all of a sudden they had to use endonyms for every country, regardless if that endonym fits their language's rules or not. Exonyms allow languages to talk about other countries while still maintaining their own rules. Exonyms can also have a huge amount of historical importance too. Rome is a name that conjures up all kinds of imagery to English speakers, but it's still an exonym. It could be hard for many to lose this word and instead refer to this empire/city by its endonym of Roma. And the final argument I want to make in favour of exonyms is a tad more hypothetical. Say if we do decide to remove all exonyms and just use each country's endonym, that could actually lead to more confusion and debate. This is because not every nation's endonym is that clear cut. Not every country has one definitive language to take an endonym from. South Africa, in example, has 12 official languages, and more non-official ones are spoken there too. Which one of these languages would the single endonym be chosen from? That could lead to a whole heap of political debate. And even somewhere like the United States of America, they have no official language for all kinds of reasons, but the most spoken is English, so the endonym would come from English, right? But then again, English is not a native tongue in the land. It was brought over thanks to colonization. It could be argued that the USA is in fact an exonym for that nation too, with the endonym for the country instead coming from one of the many Native American languages. That's a whole can of worms unto itself, but I'm sure you can see that endonyms aren't as simple to implement as you may initially think. These are all some very sensible arguments as to why exonyms should stick around. But now let's look at the other side of this debate. Why should we instead perhaps ditch exonyms entirely and solely use endonyms? Well, a key argument against the use of exonyms is due to the history of many of them. Many exonyms have ties to colonization, something that is looked at unfavorably by many people, especially to many who live in modern countries that are the products of colonization. They can be reminders of when nations were ruled by foreign powers, and the language and names used by natives were unwanted or uncared for. A great example of this is with India. Not so much the name of the nation itself, but over the years, many cities have changed their name to their native names as opposed to the corrupted names that were placed on them during the time of British rule in the land. Most famously with Bombay becoming Mumbai. The use of exonyms can also be seen as being disrespectful to a country and not entirely accurate. Some may find it rude if you insist on calling a country not by its true name in its native language. There's no harm in being respectful to other people and their cultures, and ditching exonyms and only using endonyms is a great way to show your respect. And as mentioned, it's way more accurate. Exonyms can also cause some political distress too. Referring to a country by an exonym could have some kind of political implication. A great example of this is with referring to the nation of Myanmar as Burma, its former name and one that I believe is an English exonym. Insisting that this country is called Burma could land you in all kinds of political hot water, so it could be good to ditch it and just stick with the endonym. Then there's the reason I kind of went over near the start of this video. We live in a far more globalized world today, with more interaction between people from different language backgrounds. The use of exonyms in this vastly more connected world could lead to confusion over what country different speakers are actually talking about. If we ditch them entirely, we could standardize international communication with just the use of endonyms. What you could hopefully see here is that there are some really solid arguments for and against the use of exonyms. And to help with this debate even further, I reached out to the wonderful people who are part of my Facebook group, Friends of Name Explain, and asked for their takes on this matter. There are a great mixture of people in favour and against exonyms. Je Koninge wrote, exonyms are easier to pronounce than the original, because exonyms are in the language of the speakers, while the original might be in a language that's incomprehensible for one that wants to pronounce the name. Likewise, Andrew Blankenship wrote, some countries, like Greece and Japan, don't even use the same alphabet as English, so exonyms might be preferred. Conversely, Christian Marie said, I don't feel strongly one way or the other, but I think in an increasingly global world, it would make sense if we just call countries by their original name. And Kenji Wardenclyffe added, I personally dislike exonyms. It feels kind of dismissive of other cultures, feels like nothing more than a remnant of centuries of colonialism and being too lazy to listen to people of other cultures. So as you can see, there was a mixed response to that question at hand. And for the record, it was really fun getting the opinion of viewers for this video. I may do this again in the future, so join the Facebook group if you want to be part of any potential future videos. But at the end of the day, all this video has just been an idea. In reality, I don't think exonyms are going anywhere anytime soon. Sometimes it's just really fun to think about these hypotheticals. So you've heard my take, and even the takes of some other Name Explain viewers. So now let me know down in the comments what you think. Should we stop using exonyms? Is one of the most important continents in human history, primarily because we humans are believed to have ultimately come from this part of the world, before we slowly spread across the entire globe. Suffice to say, being the birthplace of humans means that this is a pretty special place. Yet despite the continent's deep importance, the land has a long history of being deeply mistreated by outside powers. This was most prominently seen during the scramble for Africa of the 19th century, when European powers claimed the majority of the continent for themselves, exploiting the people and the land, with perhaps the most atrocious thing happening during this time period being the infamous Congo Free State, ruled by King Leopold II of Belgium. Yet even prior to this scramble, the people of Africa had for a long time been taken away from their homeland and sent across the world in the North Atlantic slave trade. Only in relatively more recent times have the countries of the continent become independent from European powers, and in some cases many still struggle to find peace and prosperity. What this all shows us, however, is that for some time the natives of Africa haven't had too much control over the continent, and that is even apparent in the name of Africa. We aren't entirely sure where the name of Africa comes from, but we have multiple theories. These range from coming from a Greek term meaning without cold, due to the heat there compared to Europe, from the Latin aprica meaning sunny, or possibly from the Phoenician term afar meaning dust, due to the geography of the land. This gives us a few examples of its origin, just to give you a few ideas. While we don't know the exact origin of this name, all these etymologies have one thing in common. common. None of them derive from native African roots. These are names bestowed upon the land by the Greeks, Romans, and Phoenicians, and most of these names originally only applied to the north of the continent, and slowly over time got applied to more land as it became known to Eurasian powers. Africa, of course, isn't the only continent to not have a modern name of native roots. The term of America, which is applied to North and South America, comes from the name of the Italian explorer Amerigo Vespucci. Australia's name derives from the Latin term of Terra Australis Incognita, meaning unknown southern land, a name for a hypothetical southern landmass in the world used prior to the European finding of the land. When Australia was discovered by European powers, they applied this term to it. Even Antarctica's name isn't of native origins, but we'll let that one slide as there's no natives there to name it, minus the penguins I suppose. European and Asia on the other hand might have names of native origin respectively, but there's also a chance they come from opposing origins, with Europe's name coming from an Asian language and Asia's name coming from a European language. We aren't entirely sure. What would be really great, however, is if all the continents could instead have names of native origins, names of the land shaped by languages and people who natively inhabit them. In the case of Africa, that could be a reality. Various sources claim that there is a long forgotten name for the continent, one that was used in the land before it came under European influence, and unlike the term of Africa itself, it is actually of native origins, that being the name of Akebolan. How cool is that, right? A native name for the continent that the land could go by, one that predates the name of Africa, one free of colonial influence. Someone go call the United Nations group of experts of geographical names and tell them to control F Africa for Akebolan. It all sounds too good to be true, right? And well, that might very well be the case. You'd think a native name for Africa would be something a tad more well known to the wider world, in the same vein of many people known a country's exonym and endonyms. Or there may be more news on this name change happening, like the occasional news story you see about people in New Zealand wishing for the country to go by its Maori name of Aotearoa. Yet this name isn't all that well known of. As someone who has dedicated almost the last 9 years of their life to all things names, I had never heard of this one. In fact, I only came across it when I was researching a different video, stumbled across the name Akebolan and found that more interesting than what I was previously researching and made this video instead. The key reason as to why this supposed native original name for Africa is so heavily debated is due to the circles and groups of people who tend to promote it, those being Afrocentric and African nationalist circles. These are people who believe that Africa has for so long been under the rule of colonial powers and wish for the continent to have its history told from its own perspective in a positive way, due to the fact that for so long the history and culture of the land have mainly been presented by outsiders. Afrocentrism can be found in the continent itself, but also found in people who have ancestry from Africa, like African Americans in the USA, an example. There is validity to this viewpoint. It's understandable why people of African origins would want their continent to have a stronger native identity after being under European rule for so long. While under European rule, many African cultures and traditions were shunned and have been lost to time. It's completely understandable why many people are angry about this. Afrocentrism and African nationalism could be seen as a byproduct of European colonization of the continent. If European powers like the UK and France never claimed the land, Africa could have flourished in its own unique way. But in our timeline, we never got to see that. And it's this image of Africa that Afrocentric people yearn for. Yet it can unfortunately at times manifest itself in extreme and angry ways, which in turn can damage the image of Africa even more so. In all honesty, this is a pretty difficult subject for a British person sitting in their office to tackle, so apologies to any toes I might have stepped on while bumbling through this part of the video. What you need to know in regards to the name of Akebolan, however, is the fact that many Afrocentric people and groups share this name online and in other places to help promote their idea of a more native Africa, one that even has a name of native origins, but the facts just really aren't there in favour of this name. When you Google Akebolan, sources come up ranging from articles to Facebook posts, and they cite one Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, a Senegalese historian. He is seen as a leading figure on the use of this name, and supposedly claimed that this was the ancient name for the land in his book, Kemetic History of Africa, and it was used by the Moors, Nubians, Numidians, Carthaginians, and Ethiopians. This is where the first red flag comes up. While Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop was indeed a real person, and is highly respected in African history circles, there is no evidence he ever wrote this book or used the name Akebolan, let alone claim that it's Africa's native native name. In fact, there's no real evidence of this book existing at all, regardless of who wrote it. Yet many people use this seemingly made-up claim from a seemingly made-up book to promote this idea. Also, none of these articles explain when the name was actually being used, just a nebulous idea that was used in Africa's past. Then we have the issue over what the name Akebolan actually means and where it comes from. Various sources claim that it means different things. Some claim that it comes from unknown origins and means the motherland or the Garden of Eden, while others claim that it's from Arabic origins and means the land of the blacks. Both these etymologies fly in the face of the idea that this name is native to the land. First, we have the idea that this name means the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden is a location found in the Abrahamic religions, like Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. It was where the first humans of Adam and Eve lived. While these religions have now spread into Africa to varying degrees, they probably weren't as commonplace in the supposed time the name Akebolan first came into being. Why would a name of distinctly African origins reference something which very much isn't of African origins? As mentioned, it just doesn't fully add up. Then we have the idea that it comes from Arabic and means the land of the blacks. Once again, there's an issue with this. Like the Abrahamic religions, Arabic now has a strong foothold in Africa, especially in the north of the continent, which primarily speaks various forms of Arabic after the Muslim conquest of the 7th century. Yet Arabic is not a native language to the land. It came from the distinctly Asian Arabian Peninsula and spread there. Once again, why are people claiming it's a native name for the land, while also claiming that it comes from a clearly non-native language? But also it's not really Arabic, despite looking somewhat Arabic. A closer approximation to the land of the blacks in Arabic is Balad as-Sudan, which looks or sounds nothing like Akebolan. So I guess that's 2 nails in the coffin for the idea that this name means the land of the blacks in Arabic. While its etymologies kind of squash the idea that it's a native name, what about the idea that it's older than the name of Africa? Well, once again, the facts really just aren't there. We have no real idea when this name of Akebolan came into being. It just seemed to have sprouted up and spread in various circles who wished it to be true. A user on one Quora post I found claimed the earliest evidence they could find for the name dates back to a 16th century French text. And while that is a long time ago, we have much earlier evidence of Africa or forms of that name being used. This title was used in the age of antiquity by the Romans and Greeks for parts of the land. There was literally someone in ancient Rome called Scipio Africanus who earned that title after a military victory against Hannibal Barca of the Carthaginian Empire in Africa. He died in 183 BC, which is just a tad before the 16th century. Of course, the name Akebolan could have been used prior to this, but the evidence just isn't there. Then there's also the linguistic and geographic issues with the name. Africa is a huge continent with a total landmass of over 30 million kilometers squared. It's around 3 times the size of Europe. On top of this, the continent has thousands of native languages. It's highly unlikely that one singular name could overcome the absolutely massive geographic and linguistic barriers that Africa presented in the ancient past. This name of Akebolan has all the trappings of a folk etymology. We have a video dedicated to them, but they're basically fake etymologies, or entire words in this case, which while aren't true in their origins, have perpetuated in their popularity. One of the main reasons folk etymology spread is because they strengthen and validate group identity, according to the author of Word Myths, David Wilton, a book that deals extensively with folk etymology. This is exactly what the name Akebolan does. It validates people with Afrocentric views and gives them a united name to go with their cause to make an Africa with its own unique identity. I understand completely why many people would want Africa to have a name of native origins. The continent has been dealt an incredibly bad hand, putting it bluntly. It has been pillaged by other outside powers for its land, resources, and even its people in the past. This awful treatment of the continent from outsiders has manifested itself in many people who wish for an Africa free of colonial history, and in some cases those beliefs have become extreme and aggressive. It would be fantastic if Africa had a native name for itself, but I really don't think Akebolan is that name. But I may be wrong, who knows, I'm just a guy sitting behind a computer in England. you're a native English speaker and have ever tried to learn a second language like Spanish, German, or French, then something that's probably really thrown a spanner in the works of your language learning journey are the genders of these languages. It can be confusing because gender is a word deeply linked with us humans, and how we view gender in humans doesn't really apply to language and words. In reality, gender in language has nothing to do with human gender. Seriously, using this word for this element of grammar is really confusing. The word of gender comes from the same root as the word genre, and it is this what gender in language and grammar more relates to, the genre or category of a word. In most cases, nouns. In most cases, languages that feature a gender normally have them relating to just nouns and the articles which precede them, though gender can apparently be applied to other words in some cases, like apparently Polish verbs have genders. Who knew? But all this concept of grammatical gender, something that has stumped English speakers for centuries, really is a way to categorize the nouns of a language into specific groups which relate to one another, though those relations can be pretty abstract at times. In example, French is a language with two genders, masculine and feminine. Their word for lamp is lampe and is feminine, meaning the lamp would be la lampe. Their word for juice, jus, is masculine and the juice would be le jus. Norwegian, on the other hand, has three genders, masculine, feminine and neuter. Dog is masculine in the language, meaning a dog would be un hund. Door is feminine and would be et door, and table is neuter and is et bord. As you can once again see here, the article changes before the word depending on its gender. And while we call these genders masculine, feminine and neuter, they once again have nothing to do with human gender. It's just how they are named. A huge amount of languages, especially those that originate in Europe, have gendered grammars, and it can be a huge hurdle for people learning these languages that natively speak a non-gendered language like English. What would make learning a gendered language far easier as an English speaker was if English was gendered too. Then many English speakers, like myself, would have a far better understanding of this system in the first place. Obviously, English lacks this kind of gender entirely when it comes to their nouns. The closest it gets is with specific words that relate to human genders, or the sex of other living beings, like the pronouns of she, they and he, or how a male chicken is called a rooster and a female a hen. Beyond this, however, gender really isn't a thing in English. Like a table isn't masculine or feminine or even neuter, like it's just a table. This makes English this big, weird, strange exception in the world of language. Despite being one of the most spoken languages in the world, it doesn't follow this rule that so many others do. But the question we need to ask isn't so much why doesn't English have a gender, but instead what happened to English's gender. Yep, here's the big twist in the tale. English did indeed once have a gender like so many other languages. The oldest form of the language, which is decisively English, Old English, also known as Anglo-Saxon, was indeed gendered. Old English had three genders like Norwegian, feminine, masculine and neuter. The articles for these were seo, se, and te, respectively. In example, the Old English word for sun was sun. This was a feminine noun, so the sun would be seosun. Meanwhile, the Old English word for moon, mona, was masculine, so the moon would have been simona, and their word for blood, blood, was neutered, so the blood would have been the blood. This firmly put Old English in the same boat as many other gendered languages like French and German. Old English is gendered because it was shaped and formed by many languages that were also gendered. English is a Germanic language, and most other Germanic languages have genders too. We see this in Norwegian as mentioned, but also modern German and Dutch too have genders. Interestingly enough, Afrikaans, which derives from Dutch, lacks gender like English. The key language which shaped Old English is Old Saxon. It was the Saxons, along with the Angles and the Jutes, who made their way to Britain and formed the English language. Old Saxon was a gendered language, hence why Old English was too. Latin also deeply influenced English too, due to the time Rome ruled the island prior to the Anglo-Saxons rocking up. Once again, Latin is gendered, and this is shown in Old English. And as far as I can tell, most Celtic languages are gendered too. The ones still around are, at least. I presume the ones spoken in the far past of Britain, like Common Brittonic, were gendered too. The island that Old English formed on was full to the brim with gendered languages, so it only makes sense that Old English would be gendered too. Old English is seen as coming into being as its own unique language in around the middle of the 5th century AD. It was towards the end of Old English's time and at the burgeoning of its successor, Middle English, that the language is seen as starting to lose its gender. This was around the 9th and 10th century. The leading theory as to why English lost its gender is due to a certain group of people who made this land their home around this time. You know the ones. Big beards, long ships, and they definitely had horns on their helmets. The Vikings descended from Scandinavia, the parts of the island that are now seen as northeastern England. They also brought their language of Old Norse along with them too. Old Norse is another big influence on English, and here you may presume that Old English wasn't gendered. Hence why its influence left English without a gender. But here's the thing, it was. Old Norse was gendered just like many other languages across Europe, and the languages that evolved from Old Norse, Swedish, Danish, Norwegian, Icelandic and Faroese, are all gendered to this day. So why did the influence of a gendered language result in English losing its gender? Well, it's believed to be because while they were both gendered, they didn't match up entirely. A word that will say feminine in Old Norse might have been masculine in Old English, or vice versa. This made things pretty confusing for the people living in Britain during this time. Many would interact with both languages or even speak them both, and getting the gender of certain words wrong could have been commonplace. This meant that over time, as Old Norse influenced English even more so, instead of picking up just one of their language's genders or trying to integrate them into one another, they simply just dropped the idea of a gender in English for ease's sake. We humans are a lot of things, and lazy is one of them. It's completely understandable as why they took the easy route on this one. What I find interesting here is that this loss of gender happened prior and around the time of the Norman invasion of Britain in 1066. This invasion famously saw French, which is a gendered language, heavily influence English in a way that is present even to this day. Though despite this, the French influence clearly wasn't enough to give English its gender back. The might of the Vikings clearly overpowered the Normans in this case. Beyond this, English carried on evolving and changing, becoming Middle English as mentioned around this time. It would stay as Middle English up until around the 16th century. This is when it evolved into what we now call Modern English. Of course, the English of the 16th century wasn't identical to the English we speak today, but it was close enough to our tongue. This is when the likes of Shakespeare was writing, and many of the words he used in the style as a whole is recognizable to us, even though it can be a struggle to read at times when you're stuck in a classroom. Something 16th century Modern English and 21st century Modern English undoubtedly have in common is their lack of grammatical gender, and this all stems from Old English losing its gender all the way back in the 9th century. I always find it remarkable how something that happened so long ago in the world of language can still affect how we speak today. English, of course, isn't the only language that lacks a gender. Other noteworthy languages that have no gender include the likes of Chinese, Japanese, Basque, Turkish, Finnish, Hungarian, and Maori, just to name a few. If you want to learn a language but can't be bothered with grammatical gender, maybe consider one of these. The key reason as to why English sticks out for its lack of gender is most likely because most of the popular second languages English speakers like to learn, like Spanish and French, are ones that are gendered. On top of this, gender is something that comes up pretty quickly when learning a new tongue, so it immediately makes itself present to a novice French or Spanish speaker who only knows English. Yet you could argue that English's lack of gender is a key reason as to why the language has become so successful. English not having a gender gives new learners of the language one less thing to figure out when acquiring the tongue, whether they're choosing to learn it or it was thrust onto them in the colonial past. Though if those Vikings didn't come along and shake up Old English in this way, there's a real chance that English could still be a gendered language to this very day, and English speakers trying to learn a language like French or Spanish would be far less confused by their genders. Despite there being 7,000 plus unique languages spoken on the planet today, there definitely are not 7,000 plus unique alphabets or scripts. Many languages share an alphabet / written form. Take something like the Cyrillic script, uses the written form for languages like Ukrainian, Russian and Bulgarian, or the Arabic script, which is used for the language of Arabic, as well as a variation of it used in Persian. There's also the Devanagari script, used in languages like Hindi, Sanskrit and Nepali, as well as the logographs shared between Chinese, Japanese and Korean, known as Hanzi, Kanji and Hanja, respectively. Languages are no strangers to sharing an alphabet. Yet then we have the most widely used alphabet on the planet, the Latin alphabet. The script of Rome is used by a resoundingly huge amount of languages, with some sources claiming that 3,000 languages on our planet use it as their go-to alphabet. That's around half the languages on our planet. The Latin script is of course used in Italian, which makes sense as the script originated from this country, but also other nearby languages in Europe like English, French, Dutch, Polish, Finnish, Swedish, and even Turkish. Yet the alphabet hasn't stayed in just Europe. It is expanded across the globe and is the alphabet of languages like Maori, Hawaiian, Swahili, Navajo, and the many indigenous languages of Australia. In another world, maybe every language has its own unique script. Yet we do not live in that world. We instead live on a planet where languages like Mari, which is incredibly far removed linguistically and geographically from Rome, can use the same alphabet as them. We have to wonder, why on earth is the Latin alphabet used for so many languages? The Latin alphabet's spread across written languages kind of happened in two steps, with each of those steps having their own reason for happening. The first step was the alphabet spreading beyond Rome into other parts of Europe, and then the second step being its spread across the wider world. Its initial spread across Europe can be explained fairly easily, and that is down to our good friends the Romans. They are the creators of this alphabet, but they didn't whip it up out of thin air. The Latin alphabet was heavily inspired by the nearby Etruscan alphabet. It's believed to have come into being around sometime prior to 600 BC. This humble alphabet, initially used in just a small section of the Italian peninsula, would find its way across a huge chunk of Europe thanks to the empire which sprang out of its homelands. A vast majority of Europe would find itself under the control of Rome. Rome shaped so much of Europe to this day, including the languages of the continent. Some languages found today in Europe are direct descendants of Latin. These are the Romance languages with the likes of Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese and Romanian. It's pretty self-explanatory as to why these languages use the Latin script, like a parent giving their kid their old scarf or something. Though not everywhere which was once part of the Roman Empire speaks a Romance language, like Britain and Hungary. Yet these places even use the Latin script in their key languages due to the influence of Rome. Yet Rome did not claim the entirety of Europe. Places like Ireland and the Nordic nations never came under Roman rule, yet even their languages use the Latin script today. How languages in places like this ended up using the Latin script is not down to the influence of Rome directly, but instead due to the influence of one of Rome's greatest success stories, Christianity. Christianity grew from a small sect of Jews after the death of Jesus, eventually spinning off from Judaism to become its own religion. In its early days, it was heavily persecuted in the Roman Empire, with Rome still favouring their own gods. Over the centuries, however, it picked up some momentum. Slowly it became more accepted in Rome. Things really picked up for Christianity in Rome in 312 AD, when the ruler Constantine converted to the religion. Having Constantine as a Christian created huge waves for the religion, and by 380 it was the official religion of the empire. In just shy of 400 years, it went from despised to celebrated in Rome. Even after the fall of Western Rome, Christianity still thrived across Europe. At this time, Europe was ruled by various powers, yet Christianity was something many of these ruling powers had in common because of Rome's previous influence. One of the key reasons as to why Christianity spread so much is because of just how insistent many Christians were on spreading it. Christian missionaries would travel across Europe in hopes of bringing Christianity to new lands and speakers. In many cases, they were resoundingly successful. A key way in which missionaries helped spread their religion was through the written word, and as Christianity was so deeply tied to Rome, it meant that the language of Latin, as well as the Latin alphabet, was more or less the de facto language of the religion. So the missionaries went off across Europe to spread the word of Jesus with the Latin alphabet at their side, and they reached beyond the borders of the former Roman Empire to great success. This is a key reason as to why many European nations beyond the former claim of Rome now use the Latin alphabet too. Though many of these languages actually had their own writing systems before the arrival of Christianity and the Latin script. A notable example of this is with the runes of Old Norse. Even English used a runic script known as Fufolk before it adopted the Latin script in around the 11th century. Something truly fascinating, however, is Orm, the line-like scripture which was used in Old Irish prior to the language adopting the Latin alphabet. This is an incredibly unique script, and I haven't ever really seen anything like it. Polish is a really interesting case too. The land of Poland wasn't ever directly under Roman rule, and their language is Slavic, meaning it has no relation to Latin. Yet they use the Latin script due to the huge following Christianity picked up here, specifically Catholicism. They seemingly didn't have a script prior to Latin either. It's not like they once used Cyrillic as far as I can tell. Norse, Irish and Polish all started using the Latin script because of the spread of Christianity across Europe, regardless if these lands were once Roman or not. Christianity is also the answer to the second step in the Latin alphabet spread, the step where it came to the wider world beyond Europe. In a similar way to how Rome claimed most of Europe during antiquity, the European powers that came in the aftermath of Rome would go on to claim other parts of the world in the 14th century onwards. The age of European colonization saw European languages which use the Latin alphabet start being spoken in other parts of the world, like English in North America and the Pacific, French in Africa, and Spanish in South America. This secured Latin alphabet using languages as the dominant languages in these parts of the world, but these languages were using the Latin alphabet before they arrived in their new homes, so that's not too interesting. What's more interesting is the fact that native languages being spoken in these places that Europeans settled now use the Latin script too, like Hawaiian, Maori and Navajo, and many Aboriginal languages in Australia. These kinds of languages got the Latin alphabet applied to them once again due to missionaries. European Christians in these lands found new people who didn't worship their God, so felt compelled to teach them of Jesus. There was of course a translation issue here. These European missionaries didn't speak the languages of these indigenous people, so the words of the Bible had to be translated into their languages. However, many of these native languages did not actually have written forms to themselves. Languages like Maori and Hawaiian were initially just oral languages. This was something of a blessing in disguise for these Christian missionaries. As they had no written forms at all, it meant they didn't need to transcribe the Bible into the Latin alphabet from their respective languages. They could instead create whole new written forms of these languages with the Latin alphabet. Linguists and missionaries got to work on grafting the sounds of these languages to the letters of the Latin script, forming written versions of native words that had only been spoken for many years prior to this. They chose to use the Latin script for these new written forms of languages because it was the script they knew best, and because of the whole Christian conversion thing. This is why today languages like Hawaiian, Maori and Swahili use the Latin script in their written form, despite having very little to do with those original Latin speakers of Rome. This is also the case for many other native languages of the quote-unquote New World. They were only oral, so the Latin script was implemented onto them. In many cases this had nothing to do with Christianity either, but instead they were given written forms for preservation reasons, as many of these tongues are now facing extinction. Ultimately, it was via the Romans and then the Christians as to how the Latin alphabet managed to spread from Rome to pretty much every corner of the globe. But the Latin alphabet isn't identical in all these languages. Many languages that use it feature unique things like accent marks, and in some cases they drop letters entirely. The Hawaiian alphabet, an example, uses just 13 letters of the Latin alphabet. Yeah, it only takes 13 letters to cover every word of Hawaiian. We have a whole video about it. And while this explains why languages use the Latin alphabet, the opposite also explains why other languages do not use it. Languages that don't use the Latin alphabet tend to be ones from places that did not come under a huge Roman or Christian influence. Think of places like China or India, which were never under Roman rule, and Christianity isn't the biggest of deals there either. Places like Russia and Ukraine are odd ones. They weren't under Roman rule, but they are very Christian countries. They lacked the Latin script, however, because they came under the influence of Orthodoxy, a very different kind of Christianity compared to the one followed by Rome, one that favoured their own Cyrillic script. And then there's Greek. Greece was under Roman rule and is indeed Christian, yet they still favour their own unique Greek script. This is kind of an exception to the rule, and basically boils down to the long impact and legacy of the Greek language and its script. It's so old and influential that they have never wanted to get rid of it, and who can blame them? Without the Greek script, we probably wouldn't have the Latin one. I mentioned earlier the idea of a world where every language has its own unique script, and while we don't live in that world, attempts have been made to give languages that use the Latin script their own unique alphabets. The new Maori alphabet, an example, was created by Ian James as an alternative to the Latin script. It's an alphabet that respects the culture and imagery of New Zealand's natives. I even found an article discussing the idea of a future Narol script, with Narol to be in the language of the Aztecs, which in the past used a mixture of logograms and ideograms. Maybe one day in the far-flung future, the Latin alphabet will be used just for the dead language of Latin. English would have its own script, as would French, Swahili, and even something like Navajo. But for now, the Latin alphabet seemingly isn't going anywhere. The 1990s was a really weird time to be born. If, like myself, you were born at this time too, then the map of Europe has looked pretty much the same for your entire life. This idea of Europe and the nations which inhabit it are the de facto and the way it has always been. Yet it was only a few years prior to our arrival on the planet that things looked completely different. The USSR was still a thing, as was the nation of Yugoslavia, and the nation of Germany, which has always been just the singular nation of Germany our entire life, was not one, but two countries. For anyone currently in their late 20s to early 30s in the year 2024, the idea of an East and West Germany just seems like a relic of the past. a period in wider history of Europe and the world, something that happened and ended. Yet you must remember there was only a couple years prior to our birth that these weren't a relic. They were real things, and for the generation preceding you, aka your parents, this was all they knew. Most parents of 90s kids had probably lived their entire life in knowing a divided Europe and a divided Germany. It must have seemed insane for them to see the country united, but to us as 90s babies, it's all we really know. It would be like if Korea reunited today and kids born tomorrow would have known nothing but a united Korea. This hasn't really got all that much to do with the video as a whole. I just find it wild being born in the direct aftermath of a major world-changing event. But in turn, the grandparents of 90s kids could potentially remember a united Germany prior to its split, a single Germany that was incredibly different to the single Germany we have now. This is because Germany split into two nations in 1949. This was all in the aftermath of that little historical event known as the Second World War, and that dumb idiot with the stupid facial hair. Post-war Germany was split between the Allied powers more or less down the middle, with Berlin completely in the east also being split in half too. The two single nations that rose out of all of this were called West Germany and East Germany. Despite the similarities in their names and their shared history up to this point, the two nations took very different paths. West Germany was a democratic capitalistic state, one set up by the UK, the USA and France. It was a lot more open to the nations of the world for things like travel and trade, and there was a higher quality of life here compared to the East. More products from across the world available in shops and the like. East Germany, on the other hand, was a communist state, even officially describing itself as a workers' and peasant state. It was initially set up by the USSR, with many elements of the nation under state control like the economy and goods. Travel between the two nations was extremely limited too. Friends and family who lived on either side of Germany were suddenly cut off from one another, and many were not reunited until this nation was once again unified. This was exemplified in Berlin, which saw the infamous Berlin Wall erected to literally divide up the city. Someone should write a song or something about lovers stuck on either side of the wall. That could be cool. These were two resoundingly different countries, and the difference can even be seen in the language used in them, especially in East Germany. Now, it's not like an entirely new language was developed in East Germany or anything like that. Officially, both these nations still had German as their language, though Russian was apparently mandatory in East German schools due to their ties with the USSR, and East Germans had varying degrees of Russian fluency due to this. What instead happened to language in East Germany was the addition of many new German words for concepts that occurred during this period, and new terms for old things. This East German lexicon is known as GDR or DDR German. These derive from the nation's official name in English and German respectively, the German Democratic Republic and the Deutsche Demokratische Republik respectively. I'll be using the term DDR German in this video. A lot of the new words that formed via DDR German were coined directly by the East German government themselves, the Socialist Unity Party, or SED for short. The SED wanted the German of their nation to have a more socialist flair to it, to make it stand out and be somewhat more unique than the German spoken in the West. But it was also created to attempt to influence the people of the land, to gently guide them into their way of thinking. This is all very 1984, and fittingly enough, East Germany came into being the same year that book was published. A great example is with the DDR German word for flags. In normal German, the word is Fahnen or Flaggen, but the SED changed it to Winkelement in DDR German. This translates into meaning waving element. This was done to inspire people to wave flags more often when they had them in their hands, all in the aim to install more nationalist pride in the nation. I mean, most people would naturally wave a flag anyway, but having waving in the name would really help remind people what they were meant to do with them. It sounds incredibly silly to our modern ears, but in a newly formed nation like East Germany was at the time, the powers in the land were desperate to try and create some sort of unique national identity. And that identity had to have a strong socialist image. This can be seen in the name they gave to cows of all things, the big mammals we eat and get milk from. In normal German, they're called a Kuh, which is simple enough and is clearly related to the English word for them. In East Germany, however, this was not good enough. They instead used the equally simple term of Großvieheinheit for the creatures. This translates into meaning a large livestock unit. This stark, socialist-inspired name elevates the creature from being just another animal on the planet to being a commodity used by humans for their gain. It is in equal parts dumb, hilarious, and a little bit sinister. This was also once again to give cows a unique flair in the land. German language professor Sigmar Feil spoke on the name, saying they wanted to show that a socialist cow was something special, different from a capitalist cow. And job well done, I suppose. Somewhere else the East German government wanted to affect language is with religion. They implemented many atheist policies in their nation, and prior to the division, the land had been pretty Christian. This is still felt today, as even modern Eastern Germany is often seen as one of the least religious places in the world, if not the least religious. Removing religious elements from words can be seen in DDR German, especially with terms relating to the most wonderful time of the year. The traditional Christmas bonus, which translates to Weihnachtsgeld in German, had its name changed to Jahresendprämie, meaning year-end bonus, to remove the religious element from the name. This even led to the renaming of angels that traditionally sit on top of the tree, as it went from being called a Weihnachtsengel, which means Christmas angel, to being called a Geflügelten Jahresendfigur, which means a winged year-end figure. Though in defense of that one, it was seemingly coined for satirical reasons, to highlight the absurdity of some of these new DDR German words. Other DDR German words and terms included the likes of Westpaket, a name for a care package sent from West Germany to East. The Berlin Wall received the DDR German name of the Antifaschistische Schutzwall, which translates into meaning anti-racist protective wall. A really interesting one is with the DDR German name for a driver's license. They became known as Fahrerlaubnis, replacing the German name of Führerschein. This was done to remove the first part of this name. As that term had become deeply linked with a certain person, they were just a tad eager to remove mention of. It's weird to me that the original name stuck around in West Germany, and is even used in modern German today, as the first element of this name has been scrubbed from a lot of the modern nation. They also had the term of Bruderländer, which means a brother country. This was used in relation to other communist states at the time. Dacha is a really interesting one too. It's the name for a summer house families would stay in during holidays. And what's unique about this one is that it's a DDR German term that actually derives from Russian, coming from the Russian Dacha, meaning a similar thing. Then we have the two different names for grocery shops in both West and East Germany. In West Germany, they were called a Supermarkt, which many English speakers will easily understand. In DDR German, however, they were dubbed a Konsum, meaning a cooperative shop, which related to the communist nature of these stores at the time. There's also the distinctly East German term of Späti. This comes from Spätkauf and means late shop. It was used in relation to smaller shops which sold things late into the night. They are now a staple of Berlin and seen as a relic of the nation's past. They are akin to the bodegas of New York City. This is just a handful of DDR German examples, but there are many lists online you can find if you want to know more of them. From what I can gather, however, these words had varying degrees of success. Some of them came to be the go-to words for things in East Germany, while others were taken with a pinch of salt. It doesn't seem like Gloss wie eine Einheit became the go-to word for cows for East German farmers. They probably still called them a Kuh and only used the DDR word in a tongue-in-cheek manner. We know that East Germans thought this language was a tad silly. As mentioned, that DDR German name for Christmas angels came into being to make fun of this lexicon. Over in West Germany, however, the German language was just doing its own thing, staying more true to the German spoken before the division of the nation, and not being swamped with strong government-mandated words. It was this version of German that won out when the wall fell in 1989, and the country was reunited formally a few years after. Many East Germans were connected with the wider world for the first time in decades, and they wanted to be fully intermixed with the Germans west of them. The use of DDR German words fell to the wayside pretty quickly. Many East Germans even struggled with integrating with West German, but now just German, life. This was even apparent in language. Many now former East Germans were confused how now former West Germans spoke and the words they used. A Los Angeles Times article from the 16th of August 1994, a few years post-reunification and just a month shy of myself coming into the world, and also 30 years ago from the day this video is going live, which is a pure coincidence. Like, I seriously didn't plan that, I just found this article. Hey, it happened, weird, eh? But anyway, this article speaks of Ingrid Kuhn, a German language scholar who during this time set up a hotline for East Germans to call to help them understand the language of West Germany, which was pretty quickly becoming the language of the entire nation. She says in the article that people in Eastern Germany have had to adopt a whole new system, and with the new system, a whole new vocabulary. Right now, they don't feel comfortable in their own mother tongue. They don't want to go into a shop and make fools of themselves. With Ingrid's help, DDR German more or less became a thing of the past, though it hasn't died out completely. There are many people alive today who would have spent most of their lives as citizens of East Germany, and if you're a former East German citizen watching, please let me know down in the comments below. These words would have been ingrained into these people, and it's pretty hard to just stop using certain words. A really fun example of a linguistic divide between East and West Germany to this day comes from the term for the sound a duck makes. Ask a West German what sound a duck makes and they'll go quack quack, while an East German would most likely say knock knock. This divide has its origins with a popular East German kids show which featured a duck character going knock knock, and from here it has survived to this very day. Quack in East German is instead used for the sound a frog makes. To many millennials, Gen Zers and beyond, this is all just a thing of the past, something that happened before we were around we read about history books or watch YouTube videos on while sitting on the toilet. But to those who came just before us, this was their world, a world where Germany was divided into East and West, a world where two Germanys coexisted in very different ways, and a world where certain Germans insisted that cows were called Gloss Wien Einheit. And with that, I have definitely mangled enough big German words for one video. Sorry about that, Germany. Might seem incredibly stupid for a lot of people watching, but from personal experience of people saying to me that they don't have an accent, and from conversations/forum posts I found online, I really feel like we need to address this phenomenon. Is it really possible to not have an accent of any kind? Well, no, of course it isn't. It's literally impossible to be able to speak and not have an accent. Everyone who can talk alive on this planet today and throughout history has or did have an accent of some kind. Granted, not all accents are as pronounced as one another, but an accent is still there, I promise you. Even artificial voices like Apple's Siri or Amazon's Alexa have accents, and those accents can even change depending on the country you're using them in. Yeah, we have our own special British Siri here. There's even claims that dogs have accents. If dogs can maybe have accents, then you too definitely have an accent. So the answer to this question is no, you can't not have an accent. That's the video, I guess. Bye! Okay, so obviously there's a tad more to this video. Despite the fact that everyone on this planet has an accent of some kind, there are still people out there who insist that they don't speak with one. The question I really want to delve into is not so much, can you not have an accent, but instead, why do some people think that they don't have an accent? But that doesn't make for an as interesting YouTube video name, so here we are, I suppose. There are three main reasons as I feel why someone would think they lack an accent. Reason number one is the simple fact they are stupid. I'm not the biggest fan of this idea, I have to admit. I don't like boiling masses of people down to something as simple as being stupid, but sometimes honestly that is the case. The second reason being down to the fact they live in incredible isolation. Someone could live a life where they only interact or engage with people who have the same accent as them, so wouldn't think they have an accent. Accents are odd in the fact the concept of them only really exists because there are multiple of them. If everyone spoke in the exact same way around the world, then we wouldn't really be having this discussion, as the concept of accents wouldn't exist at all. For example, take the city of Newcastle upon Tyne, or just Newcastle. This city in the UK has a very distinct accent known as the Geordie accent. Why it's called that is a whole story unto itself. It's the accent of people like presenters Anton Deck and singer Cheryl Tweedy. If someone born in Newcastle with this accent lived their entire life in the city, only ever interacted with people with the same accent as theirs, and only ever consumed TV shows, movies, radio stations and internet content from people with the same accent as them, then they would believe they don't have an accent at all, as everyone in their life experience speaks the same way as them, so accents wouldn't really be a thing. Granted, this is a very extreme example, and with just how interconnected the world is in this day and age, the chances of someone being completely isolated from all other accents in the world are pretty slim. But it could happen. In fact, it probably is the case with some remote tribes of people who are not fully integrated with the rest of the world, like the North Sentinelese Islanders, though I doubt accents are a key talking point among these people. The third reason as to why some people might think they don't have an accent is probably the most prevalent of them all, however, with that reason being the fact that they have an accent which has been dubbed by their society/country as the standard accent. This last reason only really works on a nation-by-nation basis. In example, if someone from France insists they have no accent, I'm sure they would even admit they have some degree of accent compared to those in places like Brazil or Jamaica. If they are still claiming they have no accent whatsoever, then feel free to circle back to reason one. But in regards regards to standard accents, many countries have deemed a specific way of talking the main language in the land as the standard way of doing so. These standard accents can come about for a variety of reasons. Most of the time they relate to historic ties, the geography of the land / their main settlement, and the way in which influential people have spoken the land. For example, here in the UK and especially England, the accent present in the southeast and parts of London are seen as the standard. And I need to stress the southeast. The southwest has its own thing going on. It's this accent as the southeast has historically been the epicenter of England. It's where London is and the part of the country first settled by the Romans and the like. Plus, it's where many influential people have originated from. Various prime ministers and the royal family, for example. For context, the southeast accent is the kind of accent you would most likely hear a BBC News reporter using, or hear in a TV show or movie. Most characters in the Harry Potter films have a southeast accent, for example. It's not quite how the royal family speak, that's received pronunciation, which is seen as the ultimate perfect way of speaking, as opposed to the standard. In fact, a great example of a southeast accent is what you're hearing right now. I have a southeast English accent, and that's because I was born in this part of the nation and lived most of my life there too. This is probably why I have personally heard people say they don't have an accent, as they too are from the southeast, have the same accent as me, which is seen as the standard, and misconstrued the idea of having a standard accent as meaning they have no accent. I actually left the southeast a few years back now, and I've been away from that standard way of speaking for long enough and surrounded by people without my accent that when I go back to the southeast to visit friends and family, I notice that southeast accent an awful lot more. Trust me, it's just as pronounced as all the other accents of the UK. It's just been deemed the standard, so people don't recognize as much as its own unique thing. The USA meanwhile has a thing known as the general American accent. This is pretty much what it sounds like, a generic American accent used once again in news reports and commonly on TV shows and in movies. There's a lot of debate as to where the general American accent comes from, and if it even exists at all, but one source says the accent is a blend of accents heard in the West, parts of New England, and in the north of the Midlands. States like Indiana and Michigan are often seen as being their homeland, and apparently Michigan is a key place in which people claim they don't have an accent, so that makes sense too. For many non-Americans, the SoCal accent is often viewed as the standard American accent. This is because it's the accent which is heard in countless movies and TV shows, as most of them are produced in Southern California in Hollywood. This actually reminds me of when I went to Florida as a kid. I'd grown up watching loads of American TV, and accents in those shows never really stood out to me. Yet when I went to Florida, I really remember hearing how different their accents were to mine. Looking back, it's probably because I'd grown up hearing the SoCal and general American accent on various TV shows. But that's just the standards of the UK and the USA. Many other nations have accents which they consider to be their standard too. A Reddit thread posted by the user Exporter of Gold asked this exact same question, and responses included someone from Brazil saying the accent of Rio de Janeiro is standard. Someone mentioned how Canada has the three main accents of Québécois, Newfie, and the rest. A South African mentioned how the accent of white Afrikaners is the standard there, and there's all kinds of debate over the true general American accent. Like I said, it's a really debated subject. I even asked on my own community tab this question, and someone said that the accent of Kuala Lumpur is often seen as the standard of Malaysia. Another mentioned that people from Hanover are seen as speaking the standard form of German, and someone coming from France said that the Parisian accent is seen as the standard. I even pestered the people on my Facebook group, Friends of Name Explain, and they chimed in saying that the standard Aussie accent may come from Sydney, and how Bulgaria doesn't even really have accents at all, but dialects instead. Thank you to everyone who chipped in, and from all this we can see that the standard accents tend to centralize around the nation's capital or its most populous area. This also shows us that most parts of the world do indeed have some notion of a standard accent. It isn't just an Anglosphere issue. When it comes to the idea of standard accents, I feel there are two big issues with them. The first issue being the concept of a standard language is a completely artificial one. There is no such thing as a standard accent within our biology or in our mouths. Everyone just talks different ways, and nature hasn't ever been like, this is the correct way of speaking. Standard accents, as mentioned, arise from facts such as the historical and geographic importance of the area it derives from, as well as having influential people speak with that accent. Any accent really could be a country's standard accent. An example, and this is just a tad tinfoil hat, if somehow Newcastle was and always had been the capital of England, and the royal family all came from there and spoke with a Geordie accent, then this accent would probably be viewed as the standard British English accent, and the South East accent would be seen as another non-standard accent of England. England. It sounds weird to us now, but if we lived in this alternative history, it's all we would know. Though that's just my own idea, I really need to stress. Maybe we should move the capital and the royals to Newcastle, wait a few hundred years, and see what happens to Standard English. Another big issue with them is that by declaring one accent as the standard, we're kind of ostracizing all the other accents of the nation. Things like the Scouse accent of the UK or the Cajun accent of the USA are not seen as their nation's standard accents. They're seen as alternative ways of speaking, which in turn can imply they are wrong or incorrect. Of course, they are not incorrect ways of talking, as there is no one correct way of speaking, but society has deemed them non-standard, so they get an image of being a lesser accent. People with these non-standard accents can even be bullied for the way they speak too, and that's really not fair at all. And a lot of that bullying ultimately stems from the idea that that accent is non-standard. Once again, from living somewhere where people did speak what was deemed a standard accent, I remember other kids from places like the north of England getting bullied for their accents. It's really crap, and it all relates to the idea of there being one standard correct way of speaking. And of course, the idea of there being a standard accent, the one single accent which is deemed the correct way to speak, can often lead to people thinking they have no accent at all, especially when compared to other accents in their country that are seen as non-standard. So, next time you hear someone claim they don't have an accent, please tell them why they're wrong. Or better yet, show them this video. Hey, even try and convince them to go a patron or something. Language and communication is how to say what the date is. The majority of the world, including most of Europe and South America, as well as parts of Asia, Africa and Australia and New Zealand, order the date by day, month, then year. In example, the day this video is going live on is the 2nd of October 2024. Here you can see that the day is said first, then the month, then the year. Most of the people living in the land of the free, meanwhile, would not use this dating order, but instead say October the 2nd, 2024. This is the go-to date order in the USA, month, day, year. Yet these are not the only two ways in which the date is ordered. In many East Asian countries like China and Japan, the date is said the other way round, with year, month, day. So in Japan, today is actually 2024, October the 2nd. And according to Wikipedia, there's also a small group of nations which includes Latvia, Kazakhstan, Nepal and Turkmenistan that go year, day, month. This seems super odd, so I actually checked an old Latvian newspaper to see if there's any truth to it all, and lo and behold, there it is. Absolutely wild. And for the record, I'm going to be using newspapers a lot as references to date layouts in this video. They're far from perfect, as papers are relatively recent inventions, but they're a great way to easily see how dates are and were being written across the globe in the past. All these different ways to order the day, month and year actually have a name. Collectively, they are referred to as a date endianness. Yes, endianness is a really weird word, and its origins are equally weird. The term has its origins in the Jonathan Swift book Gulliver's Travels, a 1726 fantasy book in which explorer Lemuel Gulliver travels to strange different lands. On these travels, he comes across two groups of people, known as the Lilliput people and the Belafuscu people. A big point of contention between these two peoples is what end a boiled egg should be cracked open from. The Lilliput people like to crack their eggs open from the smaller end, and are known as Little Endian. The Belafuscu, meanwhile, being the mad lads that they are, insisted on cracking them open from the larger end, gaining the title of Big Endian. Through this novel and these characters and their boiled egg preferences, the concept of Endianness and different Endians entered the wider conversation, and came to be used in relation to how to order things and if they should be ordered from smallest to largest or vice versa. It really picked up use in the world of computing and how to order computer data, but made its way into the conversation around date order too. The date order used by the majority of the world, going day, month, year, is known as the Little Endian date order. This is because you start with the smallest unit, a day, and then work up to the largest of a year. The order used in East Asia of year, month, day, however, is known as the Big Endian date order, as you start with the largest unit and work downwards. The date order used in the USA of month, day, then year, however, is known as Middle Endian, simply because it sits in between the other two formats. The year, day, month order used in Latvia and the like, meanwhile, doesn't seemingly have a name. Let's call it Big Little Endian, as it goes from day to year. The Middle Endian format used in the USA seems to upset a lot of people, though it's worth mentioning that the USA is not the only place it is used. Parts of Canada noticeably use it too, and apparently the Philippines does as well, but I also found conflicting info on that one. If you're watching from the Philippines, please let me know what the situation is over there. The USA seems to be conclusively the only nation that uses it as their primary date order. The reason it seems to anger so many people is because it just seems so darn illogical. Little and big Endian make huge degrees of sense, as you're going from either the smallest to largest or largest to smaller units of time respectively. Middle Endian meanwhile starts with the middle unit in regards to size, then goes to the smallest and then the largest. It just seems super nonsensical to go in this order, and I feel the anger towards is only exemplified by the fact it is so linked with the USA. Now, I love the USA, and I feel they've done some incredible things on the global stage, and their contributions to the world are huge. But it cannot be denied that to many people, the caricature of what this country is and how it acts has led to the nation as a whole being the butt of many jokes and has made them something of a punching bag to the wider world. If you are watching from the States and didn't know about this reputation your country has, then I'm really sorry to break this news to you. Like many Americans pretend to be Canadian when they travel so they don't get the American stigma attached to them. I also found out that this concept of pretending to be from somewhere else while traveling is referred to as flagjacking, which is a really fun term. But going back to date orders, I feel it's this link with the USA, as well as the image the USA has on the global stage to many, as to why so many people feel this dating order is kind of stupid. Yet this anger towards the middle Endian dating system really doesn't seem that fair, and that's because while America's often blamed for popularizing this order, they actually adopted it from none other than the British. Like the USA, the UK doesn't have the greatest global reputation at the moment either, yet despite all the jokes aimed at the nation I call home, no one rarely mocks us for creating this date order. The middle Endian dating order of month, day, year does seemingly derive from the UK, and we were using it for quite some time seemingly. Once again, going back to the newspapers, a copy of the London-based newspaper of Reynolds Illustrated News from 1930 has a date on it reading August 17th, 1930. This shows us that the UK was happily using this format less than 100 years ago, but as mentioned earlier, papers might not be the best evidence of date order throughout history. Even today, many UK-based newspapers still use the month, day, year order. What this shows us is that this system was in place in the UK, and it was seemingly a product of this nation, as looking into older papers from Europe shows us they were using the Little Endian system of day, month, year. A 1917 issue of a French newspaper named Le Petit Parisien shows the date going day, month, year, reading the 16th of October 1917. It also mentions the day of the week too, but where the day goes is a whole topic unto itself. Likewise, the cover of an old Swedish newspaper called Dagen from 1896 also uses the Little Endian format too, reading the 17th of December 1896. What this shows us is that while continental Europe was happily using the Little Endian format, the UK was using the Middle Endian format of its own concoction. And annoyingly, we seem to have no idea as to why this difference in dating order occurred. The Gregorian calendar, which is used by the majority of the world today, was introduced by Pope Gregory XIII in 1582. Many Catholic countries followed their pope and adopted this calendar on the spot, though it took a little longer in some other places. The UK and its colonies at the time only adopted it in 1752. It could have been due to this hesitation in adopting it as to why they put their own spin on it and ordered the date, month, day, year to make it a tad more unique to them. The UK has a long history of wishing to differentiate itself from the rest of the continent it is a part of. Other countries adopted the Gregorian calendar way later down the line, with China and Russia not using it until 1912 and 1916 respectively. What this meant is that by the mid-18th century, the UK and its claims around the world, including what would become the USA, were using the Middle Endian format, while other parts of the world and Europe in particular were using the Little Endian format. Eventually, for some unknown reason, the UK would fall in line with the rest of Europe and adopt the Little Endian format too. And by this point in history, the USA was free from British rule and doing their own thing. They did not do what Britain did anymore, so instead of also going to the Little Endian format, stuck with the Middle Endian format the UK gave them in the first place. Once again, we are not entirely sure why the USA held onto this format. I like to think it derives from the USA's early sentiment of being as different from the British as possible. Like how the UK has a history of not following Europe's lead, the USA in its early days did everything it could to be different from their former rulers. This is why they gave their own currency a unique name, and even why they changed many of the spellings of the language they adopted from the British. And the Middle Endian date format is not wrong by any means. The 300 million plus people in the USA use it all the time and they get by just fine. Though while it's not wrong, it's super confusing at times, especially when American dates travel the globe. The amount of times I've seen a poster for an upcoming movie and not know what date it's coming out on because I can't figure out if they're using the Little or Middle Endian format is too many times to count at this point. Like, I'm sure 13-year-old Patrick for Iron Man was coming out on the 5th of February or something. And then sometimes you have to put your age into a website and you realize it's in the wrong format. It's super frustrating. But what's really interesting is that while most dates are put into their accepted order in different parts of the world, particularly noteworthy dates in the USA often maintain the Middle Endian format even when they are being talked about outside of the States. In example, and sorry for taking a really dark turn here, one of the most infamous dates in US history, the 11th of September 2001, is referred to commonly as September the 11th, or just 9/11 around the world, even in places that don't use the Middle Endian date format. Like here in the UK, we don't call it 11/9 or anything like that. But what's also really weird is how one of the most celebrated dates in US history is talked about. The USA's Independence Day is commonly referred to as simply the 4th of July, as that's the day it took place on in 1776. Even in the USA itself, this day is called the 4th of July, which of course uses the Little Endian format. There's something incredibly ironic about the fact that the most American day of the year very rarely uses the most American date format. We ultimately don't know why the 4th of July is referred to like this, as opposed to July 4th, which would bring it much more in line with the American date order. My initial personal theory was because when the USA achieved independence, they were still under heavy British influence, so we're using the British date order when this date became a big deal. But as we know already, the British were actually using the Middle Endian format during their time in the USA, so that's my theory out the window. One Quora post on the subject just labels it as an exception to the rule. Rules is ultimately what this video boils down to, and the USA is a nation well known for establishing its own rules, even if those rules buck the trend of the wider world. This following of its own rules is even seen with how the nation chooses to say and write the dates of the year. And of course, they are more than happy to break their own rules too, especially when it comes to their own birthday seemingly. Most countries in Europe have what I'm going to refer to as an eponymous language. By that I mean a language that is the main tongue in the land, originates from there, and its name is similar to the land's. For example, in France they speak French, in Poland they speak Polish, and in Norway they speak Norwegian. From this school of thought, you would presume that Austria speaks a language called Austrian, but that isn't quite the case. For those unaware, Austria can be found in Central Europe to the east of the Alps, definitely not in the south of the world. That's a different nation with a similar name. It's somewhat on the smaller side of a land area of just over 30,000 miles squared and a population of around 9 million. For context, that's just over 1 million more people than who live in New York City. What it lacks in size and population, it makes up for in beauty, from its wonderful natural beauty to its elegant cities of Vienna and Salzburg. The country has produced some world-renowned people too, from composer Wolfgang Mozart, actor Arnold Schwarzenegger, and der Ling-General himself, Gunther, or Volta, depending on your preference. It's also the birthplace of another guy who aren't going to mention directly by name here for monetization reasons, but I'm sure you know who I mean. While it is a land full of things that are definitively Austrian, something that isn't quite as unique to the nation is its language. The official language of Austria is in fact German, as in the tongue which shares its name with Austria's western neighbour of Germany. This makes Austria one of the few European nations to not have its own eponymous language. Well, kind of anyway, we'll get to it. In most cases, when a language deeply linked with one nation ends up as the mainstay of another nation, it's because people and speakers from one land ended up migrating to another land and went on to become the dominant speakers there, like we see with English in the USA, Portuguese in Brazil, or Arabic in Morocco. So you may presume that's what happened in Austria. German speakers from Germany waltzed into the land, ousted the natives in their language, and placed German as the top tongue. That isn't the case at all, however. In fact, It's quite the opposite. German is more or less the native tongue in this land, and for much of history, the land that makes up modern Austria and modern Germany were ruled together as one singular entity by various German-speaking powers. This is even reflected in that name of Austria. It comes from the German Österreich, which translates into meaning the Eastern Kingdom or Eastern Realm. This reflects the fact that Austria was once the easternmost point in a larger German-speaking land. Of course, today it is no longer the eastern portion of a larger power, but instead its own thing. This name alone shows that Germany is a country that has shifted its borders in the past. Countries changing their shape and size is no new thing, but Germany takes this concept to a whole new level. Germany might possibly be the European nation that has moved its borders the most. In fact, the current shape of the country only came into being in 1991, when East and West Germany were finally reunited after many decades of being separate nations. Germany's fluctuation through the centuries kind of boils down to the fact that it's really something of a hodgepodge of land, which in the past lacked borders entirely. Lands that could be considered German, or more accurately Germanic in the ancient past, was the large area of Central Europe that housed various smaller tribes and kingdoms. A key thing these places had in common was the language they spoke. German, or at least a precursor or variations of German. One unified German language didn't come around until much later when Martin Luther more or less created it. It's a whole thing. This German-speaking land in the past included the land which is now Germany, but also Austria too. As I mentioned up top, Austria has more or less always been German. German as a name for a language predates German as the name for a nationality by a long time. Yet today the term is equally linked with the language as well as the people from the country of Germany. As we shall see, however, the concept of a singular country called Germany is a fairly recent invention, and calling this singular country Germany kind of makes it seem like the definitive homeland of the German language to us in the modern world, and it can make it seem like other German-speaking nations like Austria are speaking an immigrant tongue. This really isn't the case at all. The homeland of the German language far outstretches Germany's modern borders, and of course it includes the land that is now Austria. This also doesn't make people from Austria German by any means. Their demonym is Austrian, and on the whole, they speak German. Calling an Austrian German is like calling someone from the USA English because they speak the same language. It's not the correct thing to do, nor is a particularly wise idea in some cases. It would take some time for all this Germanic land to come under the rule of one power, and while there were smaller Germanic empires in the past, the one that really took off in a big way was the Holy Roman Empire. From that name alone, you may presume they speak Latin or Italian or something, but no. This was a Germanic empire with a Germanic tongue. The Holy Roman Empire is a seriously complex thing. It wasn't particularly an empire in the same way OG Rome was. One source sums it up while saying the Holy Roman Empire was neither a nation-state nor indeed a conventional empire. Instead, its inhabitants were unified for a web of legal rights, and oh man, there's nothing that excites me more than the idea of a web of legal rights. The origins of this empire are a tad up in the air, but most sources agree that it came into being in 800 AD, when the king of the Franks, with Frankish being a Germanic tongue, Charlemagne was crowned Emperor of the Romans by then Pope Leo III. By this point, Western Rome had ceased being for centuries, but his legacy as a great empire had sustained, and the idea was to bring back Rome in a new way. Beyond this, however, there's very little connection between the original Roman Empire and the Holy Roman Empire. They were just using an established name to get the idea off the ground and so more people understood what their aim was. Kind of like when they turned Doki Doki Panic into Super Mario Bros. 2 in the West. At this point, Charlemagne already had a fairly sizable empire, known as the Carolingian Empire, which spoke a variety of Germanic languages. This empire then morphed into the basis of the Holy Roman Empire. German became the de facto language of the Holy Roman Empire, and as we can see from maps of the Holy Roman Empire, it contained within its borders the land that makes up both modern Germany and modern Austria. This allowed German, or once again its forebearers, to be spoken equally in both parts of the continent. The Holy Roman Empire made a huge impact on Europe, not only in its size but also in regards to how long it was around for. This web of legal rights lasted from 800 AD all the way until 1806 AD. That's over 1,000 years, which is pretty impressive to say the least. How could an empire this large, that lasted for so long, come to an end? What kind of person would be able to do such a thing? Oh, it was Napoleon. Yeah, everyone's favourite not actually that short person was the man who destroyed the Holy Roman Empire. His mighty French Empire saw the Holy Roman Empire dissolve, and from here we start to see the modern nations of Germany and Austria form into their modern shapes in their locations. Shortly after the Holy Roman Empire came to an end, the Austrian Empire rose from its ashes. This contained modern Austria as well as much more land. They would follow their own path and eventually join up with their neighbour of Hungary to form the dual monarchy of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which too wouldn't last forever, and the nations would become separate once again, with Austria eventually coming to its current shape. Germany, on the other hand, would eventually go back to being a variety of smaller powers, many of which were around during the time of the Holy Roman Empire and were even part of it. One of the more well-known of these being Prussia. Prussia became the dominant German power in this land outside of Austria, and in the mid-19th century, their Prime Minister, Otto von Bismarck, got to work on uniting all the German kingdoms in this region into a singular nation. There was a debate as to whether Austria should be included in this unification. This is because Austria had for so long been so linguistically, historically, and ethnically tied to the rest of the German speakers. However, by this point, Austria had already joined forces with Hungary and was doing its own thing. The concept of a Germany with or without Austria were dubbed Greater Germany and Lesser Germany respectively. As we know now, the Lesser Germany idea won out, and in 1871, German unification was achieved. This gave us the modern nation of Germany in its first form, where it was known as the German Empire, fittingly because it was an empire united by German speakers. Then from here, after a few wars, some hot and one particularly cold, Germany's borders would change to shift into the shape the nation is today. In short, the wider German-speaking world, which includes modern Germany and Austria, was once a series of smaller kingdoms without formal borders which shared a language. Then it was united, mainly under the Holy Roman Empire. Then when that fell to pieces, Germany and Austria went their separate ways, but still used the same German language as they'd been doing so for centuries before. But even though they both speak German, the versions of German they speak are different. Like with the borders of Germany, the German language itself has had a very undefined history too. Even to this day, while we have Standard German, different parts of Germany itself use different versions of the tongue. The version of German spoken in Austria is simply known as Austrian German, and in some cases, just Austrian. So they do kind of have their own eponymous language. Austrian German and Standard German are seemingly mutually intelligible with one another, but they have some key differences. Things such as grammar, word order, and pronunciation are different between the two, and of course each language has its own unique words. While a potato is called a Kartoffel in Standard German, in Austrian German it is called an Erdapfel. Stairs in Standard German is Treppe, while in Austrian German it is Stiege. Even hats have different names, being called Mütze in Standard German and Hüte in Austrian German. Beyond Austrian German, the nation has a couple other unique languages too, one of those being Austro-Bavarian, also known as just Bavarian. This isn't so much a language but a collection of dialects, all stemming from the Germanic language family. It has over 8 million speakers in the nation, and considering that Austria has a population of only around 9 million, it's safe to say it's pretty popular, and it is of course spoken in the Bavaria region of Germany too. There's also the Alemannic German dialects too, which are mainly spoken in the westernmost regions of the country. As Austro-Bavarian, Alemannic, and Austrian German are all Germanic languages, I imagine there is some degree of mutual intelligibility between them all. So while on paper Austria might just speak German, in reality there's a lot more going on in the tongues of this nation, and they do, in their own kind of way, have their own eponymous language. The United Kingdom's past as a colonial powerhouse, and the British Empire which emerged from that power, has resulted in English being one of the most widely spoken languages across the globe. Populations of English speakers can be found on every continent and in every hemisphere. The language is even spoken in Antarctica and space. English is pretty much everywhere. But just because it's everywhere doesn't mean that it's exactly the same in every nook of the earth. Due to the travels English has taken over the centuries, the language has evolved in certain areas to fit the needs of its speakers. English even has different forms within the UK and England itself. Certain words are unique to certain varieties of English, and other versions have their own unique features or speech patterns. All these different versions of English have varying amounts of speakers too. American English, which is spoken most prominently in the USA, is by and far the most widely spoken version of English, with around 300 million speakers. Indian English has around 130 million speakers. Nigerian English has 110 million. Finally, we have British English, with around around 60 million, Aussie English with over 20 million, and Irish English with around 7 million, just to give a few examples of larger English-speaking populations and their forms. While many versions of English are spoken in their millions, other versions of the tongue have much smaller populations. Take something like Manx English, which is the version spoken on the Isle of Man. This island has a population of just over 80,000, with the majority of them speaking Manx English. Falkland Islands English, meanwhile, has just shy of 2,000 speakers. These are some pretty small remote groups of English speakers, but due to their remoteness, the tongue has morphed into unique dialects even in these places. And while these are smaller, we can get even smaller. There is one dialect of English out there which is, in my estimations anyway, the rarest form of English. By rarest, I mean it has an incredibly small population of speakers and is also incredibly remote and hard to come by. This rarest English is the version of the tongue spoken on the island of Tristan da Cunha. This island is located in the South Atlantic Ocean and has its origins as the peak of an underwater volcano that made its way to the surface. It is not its own nation but instead part of a British overseas territory, along with other islands in the Atlantic like St. Helena. Together they are governed as St. Helena, Ascension and Tristan da Cunha. Yet even though they are administered as one entity, they are not close together at all. Tristan da Cunha is around 1,500 miles away from St. Helena. Its nearest large city is Cape Town in South Africa, which is still 17,000 miles away, and the first sign of civilization to its west is the Falkland Islands, which is around 2,500 miles away. Tristan da Cunha is incredibly remote. In fact, it is the most remote continually inhabited place on Earth, and it can only be accessed via sailing, which takes around 18 days from Cape Town. Its nearest neighbours are the uninhabited islands of Nightingale Island and the aptly named Inaccessible Island. And while this island is inhabited, it's not like thousands of people are living here. According to Wikipedia, the island has a population of just 238. This is actually down from 293 in 2016 apparently. Those who call this island home, however, speak to one another in their own unique version of English, which is fittingly known as Tristan da Cunha English, or Tristanian. Tristanian is actually a subdialect of the South Atlantic English dialect. South Atlantic English is spoken across these British-ruled islands in the South Atlantic, like St. Helena once again. They have similarities to one another, but Tristan da Cunha is so gosh darn remote, it means that the tongue has evolved even more so into its own thing. And while it is its own thing, it is still fundamentally English. If you speak any kind of English dialect from British English to Chinese English, you will still most likely be able to understand what someone from Tristan da Cunha is saying, though it does have its unique features to it. The only compiled list of unique features to Tristian I could find was on Wikipedia, and it wasn't referenced or sourced in any way, so it might not be entirely accurate, but from watching videos of Tristanian speakers and through reading some other articles, a lot of it seems to add up. A lot of this uniqueness comes from the way words and sounds are pronounced in the dialect. Certain vowels are shortened in words, with a word like bass being pronounced as bess. T sounds are often dropped too, much like British English in some cases, making a word like butter sound more like butter in example. Though perhaps the most unique quirk in Tristanian is its addition of an H-like sound before words starting with a vowel. A word like apple in example would instead be more pronounced as happle. It is most prominently heard in the word of island, which makes sense as all these speakers live on an island. Tristanian speakers will often refer to the island as the Heeland. This is kind of the opposite of what happens in the UK. Many British English speakers, especially those in the southeast of England, have this habit of dropping the H sound at the start of words, like hungry becomes just hungry. I like to imagine all those dropped H's float off to Tristan da Cunha, where they get saved and used at the start of words. Tristanian also has unique grammatical features too. In example, words often aren't pluralized, even when they are being used as a plural. Like instead of saying 5 dogs, you would just say 5 dog. The word them is also often used in place of the word these. Instead of saying I'm so tired these days, they would instead say I'm so tired them days, which kind of sounds like they're speaking in the past tense, but in reality, this is just how they talk. Tristanians also have this wonderful habit of being incredibly expressive with their language, even using double the amount of words to highlight something they like, saying things such as I like this more better, instead of just I like this more or I like this better. This unique language can be found in place names on the island too. Tristan da Cunha has built a bit of a reputation for itself as having some really odd location names. Its capital/one settlement is dubbed Edinburgh of the Seven Seas, but beyond this however, there's locations that go by the name of Slippery Bluff, Dead Man's Bay, Noisy Beach, Runaway Beach, The Knobs, Nelly's Hump, and my two personal favourites, Ridge where the goat jump off and Down where the minister landed his things. I guess when you live in such isolation, you don't have to worry too much about what the wider world thinks of your names. This shows us that this rare form of English spoken on Tristan da Cunha is really quite unique, and if you want to hear it yourself then I'd recommend this video by Redford Natural History Productions, where you get to see the island and hear the lingo. In one interview with a local man you can really pick up on the H sound added to the start of words. I would love to go make a video like this myself, but I'm not that kind of YouTuber. I tried to be that kind of YouTuber, but it didn't work out. I'll stick behind the computer for now, I think. English's arrival in Tristan da Cunha is a somewhat recent thing. We have known of this island for well over 500 years. It was first sighted by the Portuguese admiral Tristan da Cunha, which is unsurprisingly where the name comes from. He spotted it in 1506 during a trip to the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa. From here it became a regular sight for sailors travelling from Europe to South Africa, mainly because it was in the middle of the main route sailors would take to get there. While you may presume that sailors from Europe heading to Africa would simply sail down the western coast of Europe and Africa, they often went southwest first and sailed along the coast of Brazil, catching the better winds there, then dart eastwards to reach the Cape of Good Hope. As you can see, Tristan da Cunha is slap bang in the middle of the final leg of this route. Despite being first sighted in 1506, it was well over 100 years later when people actually landed on the island. In 1643, the Dutch were the first to be recorded as actually landing there while en route to Africa. Of course, this island wasn't inhabited. There's no native population in this land, but they did find fresh water, fish and seals, all of which they use in resupplying their ships before setting sail again. The Dutch actually debated claiming this island as their own and setting up shop here, with the intention of it becoming a supply base for larger voyages. A lack of an easily accessible harbour however stopped these plans from coming into fruition. By the late 18th century however, a new country had emerged and they were eyeing up the island too. The US gained independence in 1776, and in the years following this, many American whalers and sealers visited the island and once again used it as a base, even camping overnight in some cases. The US took a greater interest in the island in 1810 when they set out to establish a trading station there. 3 men sailed from Massachusetts this year. They renamed the island Reception and wanted it to be considered the island of refreshment. This however once again didn't go to plan. When a ship came to check on them 3 years later in 1813, just one of the 3 men was still alive, claiming the other 2 had drowned in a fishing accident. This means that the Dutch and the Americans both tried to claim the island, but both came to realise that it wasn't the best idea. It's just a rock floating in more or less complete isolation. Who really needs a piece of land like that, honestly? Well, the British did apparently. Sometimes the British Empire really just couldn't help themselves, could they? They took possession of this island in 1816, just over 200 years ago. They wanted it for a couple of reasons. First off, to make sure the US, nor anyone else for that matter, could claim it. I feel like a lot of British Empire was claimed just so no one else could. The second reason, however, is a tad more interesting. The year prior to claiming Tristan da Cunha, the British had defeated Napoleon in the Battle of Waterloo and exiled him to the relatively nearby island of St. Helena. The British were worried that the French might try and use Tristan da Cunha as opposed to try and recapture their fallen emperor. So, just to be really sure this wouldn't happen, the British claimed this island too. Life here in the past was tough undoubtedly, and keeping the island populated had proved difficult too. In 1826, a message was sent to the women of St. Helena to meet the lonely men living on Tristan da Cunha. 5 women agreed to go, and thanks to them the population rose to a whopping 34. The island was almost completely abandoned in the early 1960s when the volcano that forms it erupted. All residents were evacuated under the assumption they would never return. Yet after a few years and given the all clear, the residents insisted on going back to their original home. And from here it has remained a British territory and the most remote inhabited place in the world, with a very unique form of English being the tongue of choice for those who call this island home. This island wouldn't be English speaking if it were not for the British's panic over the French trying to free their former ruler. So in a weird way, we kind of have Napoleon to thank for this incredibly rare and remote form of English.
It has been over 2 decades since the start of the new millennium, and the first decade of the 21st century is finally starting to form a unique image for itself like decades before it have. The years of 2000 to 2009 are most commonly referred to as simply the 2000s, though sometimes they're called the noughties or aughts too. They were a deeply interesting time, and it's only now, around 15 years after this decade came to a close, that we are finally able to start to truly unpack them and view them from a historical perspective, as opposed to something that literally just happened. Now, judging by my analytics, it seems like many people watching this video, like myself, were actually alive and conscious for the 2000s. But to others watching this video now in their youth or teenage years, the 2000s may be a time in which you were just an infant, or not even born at all. And of course, this group of people who don't fully remember the 2000s, or weren't even alive for them, will only grow as time passes and this video gets older. What I'm trying to say is that depending on your age, this video will either be a historic document of a time before your own, or a deep nostalgia trip. The image we have of the 2000s now, especially the image in the minds of those who weren't really around for them, is shaped by things like media produced from the time, like films, TV and music, as well as historical events from the decade too. The stereotypical image of the 2000s being birthed right now not only includes looks, styles and fads, but also language too. In the same way decades like the 1960s and 1980s have a lexicon deeply linked with them, we are starting to realize that there are words and phrases which either emerged or came to prominence in the 2000s. Many of these terms have stuck around to this day, while others are seen as relics of a time gone by. When we start to look into words and phrases which defined this decade, to me one of the most definitively 2000 words has to be chillax. It's a simple compound word of chill and relax, and would be used in the same way we use those words. You could simply tell someone to relax or chill, but chillax was a much stronger word, which really implied that someone needed to unwind. Chilling was something we were seemingly focusing on during this time, as the term of chill pill, and specifically telling someone to take a chill pill, emerged in this decade too. This was once again another way of telling someone to unwind, with the phrase most likely picking up popularity because of chill and pill rhyming with one another. There were also phrases like bling, buff and sick. Bling is a collective noun of sorts for jewelry. Things like necklaces, chains and rings were collectively referred to as bling. Buff, meanwhile, means strong and attractive. Like if someone had loads of muscles and were good looking, you may describe them as being buff. This probably relates to the verb of buff, meaning to polish and clean. Someone who is deemed buff might be seen as being all nice and polished. Sick is a really interesting one. While being sick often has negative connotations to it, to refer to something as sick is actually seen as a good thing. Like if you were to describe a movie as being sick in the 2000s, it would mean you thought it was really good. Other words you could use in the 2000s to signify you really like something were terms like amazeball and awesome sauce. Like you could literally say in the 2000s, this food is amazeballs, or that movie was awesome sauce, and most people would understand what you meant. These two in particular seem especially cringy today. Perhaps the most cringy of them all, however, is raw. This is an intentionally corrupted spelling of the word raw, which was used under certain circumstances in the 2000s. It's one of those terms that's very much been left in the 2000s, and maybe that's for the best. But while terms like sick, awesome sauce and amazeballs were all positive, sketchy meant something wasn't good. Sketchy is a word that has been around for some time with other meanings, but it was in the 2000s where it picked up the meaning of bad or untrustworthy. You could describe a bar or pub as being sketchy, an example, and mean it seems bad or something might go wrong in there. I imagine this comes from the use of the word sketchy to mean hazy and unclear, like when you say your memory is sketchy. This was shortened to just sketch too. Other established words that got remixed in the 2000s includes people becoming peeps, crazy becoming cray-cray, newbie or just noob becoming noob, and a certain word I probably can't say here which starts with an S becoming shizzle. Certain new phrases emerged in this time too, a popular one being talk to the hand, usually accompanied with placing your hand in someone's face. This was said when you didn't want to speak to someone anymore, and on the whole was mainly done as a joke. Another phrase that came about in this time was, I see what you did there. I imagine people said this in the past, but it was in this decade when it came to be used as a deadpan retort to someone who had done something funny. It implies you get the joke and didn't really find it all that funny. The phrase of what's up got merged into the single word of was up in the late 90s and early 2000s too, thanks to a certain series of beer commercials. Some phrases in the 2000s got shortened to just their initials too. Things like laugh out loud became LOL, roll on the floor laughing being ROTFL, in my opinion becoming IMO, and oh
oh my god becoming OMG. Many of these have stood the test of time and are still widely used to this day. It is these words and phrases that have come to be synonymous with the 2000s. But words don't appear out of thin air. They are coined by people all across the planet and make their way into the public consciousness. The simplest way to explain where the majority of these words and phrases came from is with young people and teenagers. Teenagers often get a really bad rap, but so often across history, they're at the forefront of language development. This usually comes down to that rebellious spirit which comes with adolescence, when kids in their teenage years wish to break away from the life they have grown up in and buck the trends of older generations. This includes ignoring the language of their parents, which they may find old-fashioned, and instead find new words and phrases to use amongst themselves as a secret code language of sorts. Many of the words and phrases mentioned already would have mainly been used by young people in the 2000s, much to the confusion of their parents. And I'm sure many people who were teenagers in the 2000s now have kids of their own who are using words that confuse them. While teenagers would have crafted many of these words in their bedrooms and while loitering on the streets, they would have also adopted much of it from other places too. A huge source of 2000s languages via films and TV shows made in the decade, which have since gone on to be deemed highly representative of this era. TV shows like Jackass, Pimp My Ride, The Office, Skins, and the plethora of reality shows which rose to prominence in this decade would have used these kinds of words extensively. Many young people watched these shows, heard these words, and would have used them themselves. Films are perhaps even more influential in this period. The word chillax unto itself is first recorded in the 2003 film Final Destination 2. There are a huge amount of films made specifically for teenage audiences, which have become deeply linked with the 2000s. Films like American Pie, which actually came out in 1999, Freaky Friday, Legally Blonde, Road Trip, and perhaps the most important of them all, Mean Girls. These films covered a wide range of teenage topics and could appeal to different kinds of teens. Films like American Pie and Road Trip were more raunchy affairs aimed towards teenage boys, while films like Freaky Friday and Mean Girls tackled issues young girls faced during this time period. All these films and shows would have featured distinctly 2000s words and phrases in them and would have helped popularize them with the wider world. Many of these female-driven ones especially paved the way for terms like talk to the hand and such. The depiction of women and young girls in these sorts of films helped form the stereotype of the brainless, popular it girl which rose to prominence in this decade, helped along by stars of this decade like Paris Hilton. This era of female celebrity and the films that involved them heavily shaped the language of the decade. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that Mean Girls has huge linguistic significance, as well as just being a terrific film. It wasn't just film and TV shaping the language of the era, however. Music played a vital role too, and perhaps the genre which possibly shaped language the most in the 2000s was rap. Rap was a huge deal in the 2000s, and still is to this day. Some of the decade's biggest music stars were rappers, with the likes of Eminem, 50 Cent, Jay-Z, Lil Wayne, and who can forget Soulja Boy. These are the defining stars of the period, and many terms of the 2000s derive from this genre, with words like sick, bling, and shizzle, all having their origins in this kind of music. A lot of these words weren't born directly from rap, but came to light thanks to the culture many rappers came from. A lot of these words were already being used by black people in their culture in the USA and have their ultimate origins in African American English. It was just rap that allowed them to find a wider audience. A similar thing happened in the UK too, with words from the multicultural London English dialect gaining prominence thanks to rap. Rap is constantly on the cutting edge of language, and even modern rap is shaping modern language here in the 2020s, and most likely in the 2030s, and so on if you're watching this one in the far future and somehow YouTube is still around. And speaking of YouTube, this is where we get into perhaps the most influential source of 2000s language. It was in this decade that the World Wide Web rose to near universal prominence. The internet had been around in various forms in the 90s, but it was this decade where it took off. In 2000, it was still somewhat niche, and by 2009, it was pretty much everywhere. What helped boost the rise of the internet were websites like YouTube, but of course other social media platforms too, like Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Bebo, and the legend that is MySpace. All of these were founded in the 2000s. Yet even prior to social media, the internet in the 2000s was littered with various forums and chat rooms too. It was on social media and in other corners of the internet where many of these words and phrases emerged. Terms like peeps, raw,
Noobs, amazeballs, and awesome sauce all have their origins in the 2000s internet culture, especially on nerdier corners of the World Wide Web, which in the early 2000s was most of the internet. The internet really has its origins with nerds before it was adopted by the masses. The 2000s also saw the internet break free of the beige boxes in the corners of our homes and find itself going wireless on laptops and mobile phones. Mobile phones really picked up in this decade too, with the latter half of the decade introducing us to touchscreen smartphones, which honestly changed things forever. The internet and communicating online had become portable, but to begin with, it wasn't the most enjoyable of experiences. The early days of written communication on phones didn't feature touchscreen keyboards or even physical keyboards like those on a BlackBerry. Words had to instead be painstakingly typed out on number pads. This took forever, and to help speed up the process, words were shortened and whole phrases were compressed to just their initials. This gave us terms like LOL and OMG. Once number pads became a thing of the past, many of these phrases stuck around as staples in conversation, with their origins in the 2000s. Number pads were annoying, but if it wasn't for them, the written word might be seriously different today. But it was all these elements, from teenage girls to rappers to nerds on the internet, which helped shape how we spoke in the 2000s, and even how we speak today. I think it's safe to say that the 2000s was a pretty fetch time. Oh wait, sorry, I forgot. We aren't making fetch a thing. You may remember the pivot to video of the mid-2010s. This was a period of time on the internet when companies and sites decided to lower their written output and instead focus more on creating videos for their consumers to view instead. This was done for a variety of reasons, from the built-in ads that videos can provide, to the fact that people are way more likely to mindlessly watch a video than actually read some words on a screen. This pivot was somewhat controversial, as it saw many staff members lose their jobs. Yet despite this, the pivot took off, and now video can be found in many places where we once saw written words. Video is a really unique medium. Unlike the written word or pictures, we have way more control over what it actually does. While words or pictures on a screen simply just sit there, a video can be fast forwarded, rewound, or halted completely for us to resume at a later time. This control we have over video has to be communicated to us somehow, and to explain these actions to us, a series of near universal symbols have come into being. The two most universally recognized of these symbols being the play and pause symbol. These two signs go pretty much hand in hand with one another in the world of video. The triangle of play tells all of us we can click it to start our video, while the two vertical lines which make up the pause symbol is there to let us know we can halt the video at any time. These two symbols have become deeply entrenched with video, in particular the play button, which has more or less become the symbol of video. Like the most popular video platform in the world reward literal play buttons to their creators for hitting milestones. We all now kind of just accept and expect to see a play and pause button on a video today, and we all expect them to take the iconic form of a triangle and two vertical lines. But video isn't exactly a naturally occurring phenomenon. It didn't just sprout out of the ground and form into what it is today. It's a human-made construction, and so are the symbols linked with it. Somewhere at some point, a person or group of people decided that these symbols reflect the action of playing and pausing. Now, where exactly did they come from? And why did they take the shape of a triangle and vertical lines? These symbols today are most often seen on a screen, but they date back to the world of physical media. They can be seen on remote controls of televisions or directly on a TV, which features a built-in media player. Yeah, TVs used to come with built-in DVD players or even video players. Man, that was a time. These symbols have their origins, however, not with controlling video, but instead with controlling audio. While I've been focusing on video in this video so far, these symbols are just as deeply linked with the world of audio too. Just open your music or podcast app of choice and you'll most likely see them there. These symbols made their first appearance on physical audio players in the 1960s, so in the grand scheme they really aren't that old, especially considering that the playing of audio and video came into being way before the 1960s. The reason these symbols didn't appear on media players made before the 60s is because they couldn't really be paused and played in an easy manner, or they had other ways to operate these functions. Like, you can't press a button to pause a record, you have to literally lift the needle off of it to make it stop. What changed in the 1960s, however, was the birth of tape-based media, with the likes of reel-to-reel media players, which led to the creation of cassettes and videotapes. This was somewhat based on movie film, which had been around for a while at this point, but now is much more accessible and easier to manage. Tape-based media was first applied to audio, and tapes like this allowed for far more control over the playing of music and sounds. They could be stopped,
played, moved along, and reversed with simple button presses. It's from these buttons that the symbols we all know and love today started to emerge. The main reason we have these symbols is fairly straightforward. These buttons could be pretty small, so it could be difficult to write out the words play and pause directly on them or near them. So to combat this issue, symbols were used in place of words. As for why these symbols were chosen exactly, well, we aren't exactly sure. There is no one defined origin for these symbols, nor is there one person who is seen as popularizing them. According to the Wikipedia page for the media control symbols, they were reportedly created by Ampex, an electronics company. But beyond this, we can't really pinpoint to any one person in particular as their creator. Thankfully, we have some pretty solid theories surrounding their origins, and genuine thought went into their creation. Take the triangle, which has come to represent the playing of video and audio. This symbol is not so much a straight up triangle, but instead one tilted to the side. It looks somewhat like the head of an arrow, and many believe this is actually what the play button is meant to be. It's pretty clever as to why an arrow pointing to the right is thought to have become the symbol for playing, and it all once again relates to tapes. When cassettes are played, the tape itself moves at a rapid pace, and it moves from left to right as it plays. It's from this notion of a tape playing from left to right as to where this symbol comes from. An arrow pointing to the right implies that the tape is in motion and moving rightwards, so it makes pretty logical sense as why we would use this symbol, as it indicates that the tape is in motion and moving towards the right. This idea that media plays from left to right not only led to the creation of this symbol, but also a wider idea of how media progresses as a whole. In most cases, especially with digital media, we perceive that it moves from left to right in motion, like the progress bar on YouTube moves from left to right, as it does on Netflix and pretty much every video player under the sun. The same rule applies to music players too, like Spotify or Apple Music. There's no actual mechanical reason for these kinds of progress bars to go from left to right. They could go right to left or even top to bottom. It's just a hangover from physical media that has made its way into the skeuomorphic design of modern digital media, and may ultimately stem from physical media players of the past that literally had to move from left to right. And the play symbol is an element of that too. This of course also led to the creation of the fast forward and rewind symbols too. They are represented with two arrows, with fast forward pointing to the right and rewind to the left. Once again, these reflect the direction in which tapes moved, and the two arrows highlight the extra speed they move in. What's equally as interesting as the symbol is the word we use for it. Play is a word with a lot of meanings, from playing with toys and games to playing an instrument to a performance of actors telling a story being called a play too. The word is of obscure Old English origins, and most of its meanings relate to partaking in something. Its use as the go-to word for starting media of some kind most likely comes from the idea that you are partaking in the enjoyment of that media. The earliest recording we have of the word play in relation to audio and video stems from 1903 according to the OED. Also, according to the OED, play has some other weirder older meanings too, like to boil water or to tie a fish out on a fishing line. Pause, meanwhile, is a word which isn't used as broadly. Its chief meaning is to bring something to a halt, whether that's a conversation, a trip, or a movie or song. It makes sense why this word of pause would be used to describe the action of a video or song stopping. What's a tad less obvious is the symbol used for pausing media. Those two vertical lines, which hopefully you won't be pressing in this video. There's a couple theories on the origins of this symbol. The first theory is that it relates to another media symbol, one that hasn't made the jump from physical to digital media as well as the play and pause symbol, that being the stop symbol. Anyone who had a VCR or boombox back in the day will be familiar with this one. It's a filled-in box. While pause would simply stop the video or music in the moment, the stop button would bring things to a complete halt, with you having to start things up again to resume the merriment instead of simply hitting the play button. We aren't really sure on the origins of the stop symbol itself. It may come from the fact that a big black box looks pretty immovable, or that it looks like a stationary cassette. But one idea is that the pause symbol is an adaptation of the stop symbol. As a pause is a less extreme version of a stop, its symbol may reflect this, with it being like the stop symbol but of a wedge taken out the middle to imply it's not as full on as a complete stop. The other theory on the origin of the pause symbol is that it relates to a much older symbol which also implies a break, that being a caesura. This is a symbol from the world of music and poetry, and used in those mediums to imply a break or pause in a song. This symbol is actually represented with, you guessed it, two lines, except those two lines were not vertical, but instead presented at a slight angle. It's easy to see how this symbol could be straightened out and made into the modern pause symbol we all know today. However they came about, they stuck around and became the go-to symbol of audio control. From here they were borrowed by video and made the transition from tape to disc to digital. audio. These symbols came into being in the 60s, and how we consume video and audio has changed an awful lot since their inception. Tapes, which featured movies and music, were eventually phased out in favor of disc-based media like CDs, DVDs, and Blu-rays. These felt like the future, but as the internet grew, they even became outdated, with many of us having iTunes libraries which were painstakingly organized and transferred to our iPods, as well as vast libraries of movies and TV shows on our computers that definitely weren't illegally downloaded. Eventually we came to our current age of streaming, where many films, TV shows, and songs are available to you at any time. Well, unless the companies who run these services decide to drop them from their selections. While this is a huge change to how we consume media, a constant throughout this evolution has been the symbols we use, with that play and pause symbol waiting for you whenever you need to get up to make a cup of tea, or if someone has the audacity to speak to you while you're rocking out to your favourite song. The British, for better and worse, have made a serious dent in world history, from the impact of cultural touchstones born in the nation to the many pies its empiric fingers were stuck in the past. The British Empire at its peak covered around a quarter of the Earth's landmass. This meant that British people could be found in pretty much every corner of the planet, as well as their descendants to this day. This has given the British a bit of a reputation in many parts of the world, from parts of the planet that were once ruled by the UK to countries that were either rivals or enemies to the British in the past. This reputation the British historically had, and some still hold on to this reputation to this day, is best seen in the various nicknames people from the island of Great Britain have acquired. Terms for British people have cropped up around the globe, with many of them tied to specific nations. These nicknames for British people range from being somewhat affectionate, to being a tad more tongue-in-cheek, to being considered outright offensive. Yes, some of these nicknames are considered derogatory. I'm going to be saying them here just for educational reasons, and they are not aimed directly at anyone in particular. Apologies if I upset any British people watching this video. Myself included, I suppose. It's also worth mentioning that while these terms are still heard today, many of them have deeper ties with the British historically, as opposed to the British people today. You only really hear of them today if someone is being somewhat jovial with their language, or they are talking in a way that emanates the past. Most people in the USA don't casually refer to the British as limeys anymore on a regular basis. And speaking of limeys, that's a great place to start. This is one of the more popular nicknames that the British have picked up during their time as the world's dominant superpower. While many parts of the world have called the British limeys, it is most often linked with being a term people from the USA would use for their neighbours across the pond. At face value, this name makes little to no sense. It doesn't sound anything like Britain or British, so it's clearly not from a rhyming origin. And Britain definitely does not have the climate to grow limes naturally. This nickname has its origin with the way that the British people travelled the globe during their heyday. So the old song goes, Britannia rules the seas. While ships and boats were the optimal way to transport people and cargo during the peak of the British Empire, it has its fair share of drawbacks. Voyages could take weeks and even months, and with little to no pit stops between the UK and the USA, sailors had to make sure they had everything they needed on board prior to their departures. While they would pack the essentials, food, booze, and playing cards, not everything was as thought out. Many sailors on these trips caught a fairly unpleasant disease known as scurvy. People were unsure how to combat this condition or even knew what caused it. An answer was finally unveiled in 1757 when Scottish surgeon James Lind discovered that scurvy was caused by severe lack of vitamin C. Vitamin C is found pretty easily in various fruits and vegetables. While people ate these with abandon on land, sailors clearly forgot to bring them to sea. Now the British Navy knew why their crew were all getting scurvy, they needed a way to prevent this, and the answer was to carry a supply of limes and lime juice on board. Lime is a great source of vitamin C, so regularly consuming it on water prevented scurvy. This resulted in the British carrying lime juice to the nooks of the world they claimed. Eventually they became so deeply linked with lime that they acquired this nickname of limey too, due to their heavy consumption of the citrus, and it picked up heavy use in the USA. This is a weird name for British people, yet somehow it's not the only fruit that the British people will be referred to in their global empire. Down in Australia and New Zealand, British people have become referred to as poms or pommies. This name is believed to derive from the fruit of the pomegranate. Why a pomegranate exactly? We don't seem to be too sure. One theory is that it once again relates to scurvy. The fruit does also contain a good amount of vitamin C, so the logic is there. Another idea states that while British people were under the heat of the Australian sun, they would get severe sunburn and go bright red, with this shade of red being akin to the colour of a pomegranate. Another theory is the fact that pomegranate somewhat rhymes with immigrant. This makes sense too, as the British were indeed immigrants in the land down under. There is a non-fruit related theory on the origin of pom, however. Australia. And the idea is that the British prisoners who were sent to Australia in the early days of the land's colonisation had POME or POHM written on their clothes. This supposedly stood for Prisoner of Mother England or Prisoner of Her Majesty respectively. Then either of these acronyms were shortened to just POM. This etymology, while worth mentioning, is widely considered to be false. There's little evidence to back this claim up and has all the trappings of a folk etymology. A key way in which folk etymologies arise is to help project an image onto a group of people. It's a whole thing. This etymology for POM relates to the old outdated stereotype that all Australians are convicts, and that's not the case. Meanwhile, in Canada, there's another food-based nickname the British have acquired. This time, however, it doesn't relate to a fruit, but instead a type of fish. Apparently in Canada, the British have become commonly referred to as kippers. This is one I hadn't heard of prior to the writing of this video, but from what I can gather, there is evidence of it to a varying degree. There isn't actually a specific kind of fish called a kipper. It is instead the name given to a herring when prepared in a specific way, normally by either smoking it or pickling it. While kippers are eaten around the world, they are highly linked with the UK. It also makes sense why they'd be eaten on long sea voyages, as herring could be caught while at sea, and the method of pickling them or smoking them made it easy to preserve them for long journeys. Clearly, the British consumed enough of these in Canada for it to become a nickname for them. What's interesting about this one to me is the image that must come along with this nickname. Kippers are known for being a food that is quite smelly and kind of gross. Canadians referring to British people via this smelly, gross food might help us understand how Canadians thought about the British during this time period. A nickname the British have picked up closer to home is the term of tan. This is a name for British people that has been used in the neighbouring Ireland. This name stems from the troubles which Ireland faced over decades and the island's relationship with Great Britain. In the 1920s, British military officers, many of which being First World War veterans, were sent over to Ireland to assist with combating the Irish rebelling against British rule. These British soldiers were issued with distinct khaki uniforms, which consisted of the colours of black and tan. These soldiers were referred to as the Black and Tans, and eventually just tan became a term for British people in general. These First World War veterans who were being called Black and Tans in Ireland would have been given a different nickname during the time of the Great War. Tommy became a nickname for British soldiers during this war, and its origins are somewhat obscure. It has its ultimate origins with the longer term of Tommy Atkins as a term for British soldiers, but where this came from is somewhat unknown. We don't know if Tommy Atkins was the name for one specific soldier. One story claims that during the Battle of Boxtel in 1794, the Duke of Wellington came across a soldier named Tommy Atkins who was dying in the field, and his final words to the Duke were, "It's alright sir, it's all in a day's work." And from here, the Duke suggested that his name should be used as a personification for all brave British soldiers. It's a really debated origin, but it's one that has caught on as it symbolises the bravery and sacrifice that soldiers have carried out for their countries. We actually have earlier evidence of the name, however, which predates this legendary encounter between the Duke of Wellington and the supposedly real Tommy Atkins. The name is found in a 1745 letter sent from Jamaica, which related to a mutiny amongst troops on the island. One line simply reads that Tommy Atkins behaved splendidly. While there's more evidence with this one, it's easy to understand why the Duke of Wellington story is far more popular. This Tommy Atkins in Jamaica was rebelling against his ruler. That's not exactly the image Britain wants to project when referring to their brave, loyal soldiers as Tommies. However the name came about, it stuck around and became deeply linked with those who fought in the First World War. All these names for the British derive from places that have been under British rule at some point or another, and today speak English as their primary tongue. Yet these aren't the only names that the British have acquired over the course of history. Terms for British people, and in some cases the English specifically, have cropped up in other languages from places that have never been under British rule. Yeah, the British had such a reputation in the past that even places they had little to do with formed the names for them. A lot of these nicknames are simply translations of English or British in various languages. Take a term like Anglas, which appears in the Hindustani languages of Hindi and Urdu. Of course, the places that mainly speak Hindi and Urdu, Pakistan and India, were under British rule, but we even have the Japanese Ikoku, which clearly comes from English too. Two of the more interesting nicknames come from the languages of French and German. France and Germany are two nations with a long history with Britain. Across different parts of history, their relationship has fluctuated from allies to enemies. French has formed the nickname of Le Roast Beef for the British. This, if you couldn't tell, translates into being roast beef. Roast beef is a food that has become heavily linked with the British in the eyes of the French, so much so that it has been used as an insulting term for people from this island since the 19th century or so. Germany, meanwhile, has the term of Inselaffe to refer to the British. This translates into meaning island ape. This comes from the old German idea that the people of the island of Great Britain are a tad more primitive and ape-like compared to those in their homeland. It may also have links to Charles Darwin, the Brit whose work brought the evolution theory to the spotlight and declared that we evolved from apes. Insulting the British goes even further back too. One of the earliest nicknames we know for the British was found etched into a tablet left at Hadrian's Wall by the Romans. Yeah, even the Romans were annoyed with the British. This tablet featured the Latin word of Britunculi, which translates into meaning nasty little Brits, which is fairly self-explanatory. What all these nicknames ultimately show us is that Britain and its natives have made a huge impact on the global stage. And while the actions of Britain has shaped so much of the modern world we live in, not everyone is exactly happy with what the British did, and that's completely understandable. You don't need to search too hard to uncover the many atrocities the British were responsible for throughout history. This has led to many parts of the world rebelling against the British, and that rebelling has taken many forms. In some cases, it was wars of independence against them, and in many cases, it's as simple as giving the people from this island silly little names.
Name Explained depends on viewers like yourself supporting the channel financially on Patreon, so a huge thank you to everyone who does. Donating just $1 a month helps the channel amazingly and gets you bonuses including ad-free videos, exclusive content, the power to request ideas to be made into actual Name Explained videos, and your name at the end of the video with all these awesome people. Visit patreon.com/NameExplain or click the link down below to find out how you too can support the channel. Thank you. Thanks for reaching the end of the video. Why not watch another and subscribe to keep up to date on all things Name Explain. You can find myself on Instagram where I'm NameExplainYT and join the Facebook group Friends of Name Explain to talk with myself and other name nerds. All that will be linked down below. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video and once again, thank you all so much.